Oh, hi, Claire. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Dr.
Oh, hello.
Dariya.
Sorry, yes, I didn't realise. Okay, that's fine. I'm working through the web, so yeah, it's and hopefully it works. So yeah, again, thank you for
Well, I can
inviting
hear
me
you
to your
loud and
YouTube.
clear.
Oh, can you hear me, Claire?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Oh,
I can hear you loud and
so
clear.
I wanted to say thank you for inviting me onto your YouTube stream and this YouTube platform again. So thank you.
Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. Um, just to recap on how we met, we met on Spaces, which is um, a conservative friendly environment. And you had this brilliant title called Have Secular Liberal Jews Destroyed Judaism? And um, but actually you didn't discuss the topic and you discussed something else instead. And now, for the first time, the both of us are discussing this topic, and I'm very, very glad to welcome you. And we're both legally trained, which may be, well, which should be hopeful for the quality of the discussion, because sometimes people, you know, don't have the benefit of a legal education and may not be able to discuss these things with the kind of impartiality that and detachment that is required.
No, I certainly agree. And yes, we are both legally trained, and it should be an interesting discussion. And I hopefully, there's no like people do not take offense to it, because it's not to offend any group or ethnicity or anyone in particular or any religion. It's more of
We're
a
just here to solve problems
we're
because
here to solve a
I
problem.
think
And and I was going to say that this is more of someone that's looking at it from perhaps a religious perspective. Wouldn't you say, Claire?
yes, because I mean I think religion and politics are one and the same thing, and people make a category error when they say it's, when they think they can separate it, because just the way how people are triggered about religious and political matters. I mean, the same buttons are being pressed.
I totally agree. And I don't know if we're going to, obviously, if we're going to formalize this topic, but I mean, when it comes to Judaism, and I believe there was a rabbi, he made a comparison between Judaism and Islam, and a similarity actually that he focused upon. And he talked about how Prophet Moses and Prophet Muhammad, respectively, and peace and blessings be upon their name, made a people out of, I guess, desert dwellers. I mean, the Israelites had to go on a 40-day journey through the desert to establish their homeland. So you have to make a law, a new civil law, a new criminal law, a new society, I guess, from that. And Prophet Muhammad grew up amongst a nomadic tribe. And again, you have to make, and I guess, he himself was at one point a refugee. So you have to make a law, you have to make a new constitution out of a people and give them a new sort of revelation. So he touched upon that. And so Judaism, by its essence, is a very political religion. It's a religion that has a lot of politics, has a lot of laws. We certainly see in the Old Testament, God continuously provides numerous prophets and messengers to the children of Israel to reestablish, to reaffirm those laws, to say that you should not seek to do corruption in the land or seek to, uh, go against these laws, and hence the many messengers and the many prophets that were sent to them. And we look in 2024 and the number, and you look, and I've talked to many Jewish people living in Israel, living in the United States on Spaces, and I ask them and I inquire with them, have they gone to the synagogue? Do they believe in the word of God? Have they read the Torah? And every single time, without exception or any feelings, I've always been met, well, we are atheists. we are agnostics. And so the question that I have is then, in many ways, has atheism, has secular Jews, has atheist Jews killed essentially the religious doctrine, the religious element of Judaism?
Well, I think the answer must be, of course. To have the benefit of religion, you have to believe in it. And if you can't believe in it, you have to follow its rules because, that is the purpose of religion. It's like, we are such and such a people. We think, A is good and B is bad. And to give practice to our values, we have these rules that forbid us from doing, that make us do A and forbid us from doing B. I mean, that is essentially what a religion is. And you were saying earlier that Judaism is a very controversial religion, and it is controversial in the sense that it has no idols. And at the time, everybody had idols because it was the obvious thing to do. We have this God. We're going to somehow represent our God in or an idea in an idol, and then we're going to worship it. This is how things are done. And then the Jews decided to be different and say they won't have idols. But actually, I don't know if you're familiar with the term no-hide laws.
I'm very familiar with the Noahide laws, and there's
Oh,
a lot of
great.
revelations that have been sent to, I guess, Prophet Noah. But yes, you are
Which
right.
were not written. You see, but the thing about the Jews is that they have written revelation, and that would have been revolutionary because otherwise it would just be passed on through an oral tradition.
Yeah,
And it would be the tribal leader who gave justice. And if you don't, as a lawyer, as lawyers, we both know that it is not possible to have the rule of law without the written word.
correct. You need to have the written word to actually enforce the law, that people are aware and understand this is the law and this is what we need to abide by. And it's a funny thing that you say about this, about the Jews, when they come to cross to the written law. And actually, the written laws and even the Torah was actually produced much, much more later, very much later. We have to do well. You have to do remember that they had that there was the Romans were not too kindly on the Jews, and a lot of them had sought to escape from the area of the world and seek pastures new. And I forgot the term, so I apologise. What I do call it something. I can't remember what it.
Exile?
Exile. That's the correct word. Yes, exile. So they were exiled from the land, and it was when they were exiled. I believe it was around, I guess, Mesopotamia region, which is in modern day Iraq, where the first copies of the Torah was produced in writing, so that they could write it down. Now, obviously, there are many modern scholars and many Jews who believe at that time that some of those laws were created by man. They were not God's law. So they don't exactly have the full, complete revelation from God in
Well,
writing.
yes, I know that Muslims say, ours is the final and better revelation, and Jews say, no, no, ours is the original and the best. But I think arguments can be put by Muslims to Jews saying, your Torah has 36 capital offenses, while our Quran hardly mentions the death penalty at all. Why would you, want to, assuming that both the Torah and the Quran come from the same God, why would anyone want to? Why would anyone prefer the harsher version, the one with the 36 capital offenses? It doesn't make sense, even if you are a believing Jew, because for them, breaking the Sabbath attracts a death penalty. Bowing before idols attracts a death penalty. Blasphemy attracts a death penalty, while the Quran does even talk about the crime of blasphemy. So
You are correct there, Claire. Obviously, I think that I mean, it's not just the laws, and I think we have to. I put the other perspective, and I think I'm me being fairer. I think it's for anyone's journey to. I guess it's their journey to, which religion they pursue. But you are completely right. The traditional laws within Judaism are far, far more stricter. And there is even a death penalty. In fact, you're meant to, for even something as adultery, a woman is meant to be thrown off a mountain or a hilltop.
yes, sodomy, being a drunken, disobedient son, breaking the
Yes,
Sabbath, bowing
yes,
before idols. Oh, and living in a city that has gone astray. That's called nidakat, and they don't like talking about it because it's like saying, "Oh, Jews in Europe, is Christianity idolatry?" They're going to say yes and no. They're going to say yes and no because on the one hand they really think it is. On the other hand, they're afraid to offend their Christian overlords. So
correct. And
and
I
and
think
it's like, oh, all your ancestors who've been living in Europe since all those centuries ago, didn't they live in a city that has gone astray? All these cities in Christendom.
completely correct. Now, this is where it's a very interesting take. I mean, as far as we're aware, if you're an Orthodox Jew and you are following the letter, yes, you are correct that that Christianity would be considered a form of idol worship, a form of paganism, and because it's the concept of the Trinity, and that is wholeheartedly against the first commandment of do not take any idols, do not associate any partnership with God. And so that it does make sense. But then, and you're right, they were told not to go into any cities that would have led them to that had been led astray, and clearly having
Um, Practicing idolatry.
yes.
I
So
mean,
they
yeah.
so
Because I mean,
obviously
they would argue that it only applies to Israel because it was a bit unstable then, and some cities in Israel have went astray, and they might say, oh, but we're not actually citizens, we're just permanent residents or whatever. But
and correct. And then you have to focus on Israel here in 2024. And a lot of those cities themselves have gone astray. In fact, I even look at many liberal Jews, atheist Jews, and secular Jews, and they very much want um, the city life of many Israeli cities.
Tel
That would
Aviv and its gay parades.
which goes against the Torah, which goes against the laws of God. So you have to then question: um, is Israel a Jewish state? And if it's Jewish state, then it must be a religious Jewish state. And if it's not a religious Jewish state, then it's just like any other state in the world. It's
It's a
just
liberal democracy.
in their own words, they say it's a liberal democracy. In their own words, it's a secular democracy. That makes them no more distinct than, say, France or Germany or Australia or even in Spain. It just makes them no more different. It really
Well,
doesn't make them any more different from anything else.
yes, I mean, arguably, if you're a liberal democracy, you are living under, you are promoting the policies of Sodom and Gomorrah because, LGBT is promoted in schools and political life now. They're saying, marriage is gay, gay marriage and children in primary and elementary schools are encouraged to think that masquerading as a member of the opposite sex is an acceptable, politically and socially acceptable lifestyle choice. It's it's already, it's real, and it's certainly very arguably Sodom and Gomorrah, the policies that they would approve of.
Correct. It's correct. And so that led to this, and many of the points that we have actually touched upon definitely was the reason why I'd say that, going back to what you said earlier in the introduction, went to our spaces of how we met. It was secularist Jews and atheist Jews killing Judaism, and every point of every point that we have raised and we have discussed, the answer is of course.
Yes,
Because
because
then,
according to their own rules, these people who break the Sabbath are supposed to be executed.
yes, completely. You and it really is mind-boggling, and these, and then you also, and this is another thing that we have to focus on as well, is that there's a lot of Jewish comedians, and there's no problem with that. You can be Jewish and comedian, but a lot of them play into the antics of being atheist, that they do not believe God and mock those who believe in God. And you then question, well, this is another sign of affirming that, again, secularism and atheism has destroyed Judaism. And then would it be right to classify today's Jews as Jews simply because they are not following the laws of the Torah or God's laws?
Well, it was only a few years ago that I realized, I mean, I should have been able to work it out, but I was talking to this Orthodox rabbi, and, eventually I got it out of him, saying, well, these secular Jews, the heretics, that's what we really think of them. They are heretics, but we're not to say mean, but we shouldn't, well, what did he say? We mustn't be unkind to them, but we must also distance ourselves from them. And there are also jokes about, for the ultra orthodox, it's I don't know if you know that Jews are not supposed to enter churches, which are places of abomination where idolatry is practiced, but allowed to pray with Muslims in mosques.
I'm fully aware of this. I'm fully aware of this, and I live in an area not so well. I wouldn't say it's close to an area, not that far. It's about half an hour away. It's very heavily populated by Jews, and there are many Jews that have actually gone into mosques to do their prayers. These are Orthodox Jews, very strict, observant, religious Jews who have gone into mosques to pray because either the synagogue is at full capacity or there's not enough space, or and so some of them have gone and they've
Which
done their.
country is this?
This is in the UK. This is actually,
Wow.
and again, it's no problem. It's not, I have seen them myself, and
Wow.
yeah, they can pray because the reason why is because the oneness of God, the strict monotheistic belief, and they wouldn't go into churches simply because of the Trinity, and they believe it's a place of idol worship. And at the same time, and yes, you are right, that a lot of them, when I have spoken to them, and I have asked them about, well, how do they view them? And they openly say, well, yes, these are, this is heresy. They openly say it to us in the mosque, and they say, but they don't want to be unkind. And I think they are in a very struggling place because, I mean, the Jewish numbers are very, very low. I think they number around, is it 30 million worldwide, or
I think
a bit
40
more?
million, but
40.
half of them are secular.
Half of them are secular or atheist. And
Mm.
that has posed a huge dilemma for, I guess, the religious Jews, is to, well, how do they go about it? I mean, there is a reason why you need to be big in numbers. There's that feeling of community and being big, and you can't be pushed over. But at the same time, the people that you've got in this community are committing heresy. It is
Well, it's like a political party where you can't expel any of the members, or having a club, you can't
you
expel any of its members,
you
you know.
a dilemma. It's a dilemma for many religious Jews.
Yeah, and I've got the answer for them. It's just that I maybe you think I'm a bit weird for saying that Jews are like the hippies, because they don't really have a leader. So if you ask one Jew something, they'll say yes, and then you ask another one the same question, they're going to say no. And you've heard of this joke about two Jews, three opinions sort of thing, and it's because they haven't got a pope. There is no final authority of a rabbi who says, well, I'm the supreme rabbi, I'm the head of all the Jews, and I say this, which a pope can, is expected to do. So what you have now is all these Jews, maybe they're not even Jews, claiming to be Jews and doing all kinds of things in the name of Jews, but actually their rules are really clear in that, I mean, you can actually deal with them without stoning them to death or anything. And my little idea is that anyone who calls themselves a Jew, they go on a register of Jews, and then a rabbi is the registrar. And if any of them, commit any of the 36 capital offenses, then they get struck off the register. And that's how you deal with it.
That's a very interesting proposal, and you are right. I think the moment that you talked about there not being, and it's true, you could get two Jews and three different opinions, and there is that popular saying. And I'm fully aware what you were saying about the Catholics with the Pope, and that is a very interesting idea. I belong to Sunni Islam. Now, in Sunni Islam, we don't really have a specific leader at all, saying this is the law, this is the
Yeah, I
way.
was going to say Muslims are a bit like Jews.
We are a little bit like Jews, and it has, you can get two Muslims in three different opinions, depending where they are geographically. But what keeps us all united, and regardless of which sect you belong to, whether it's Shia, Sunni, or what Salafi, etc. But what you have is the Quran, and the Quran is the final revelation. It doesn't matter whether you're in Iran or you're in India or you're in Saudi Arabia, Turkey. The Quran is remaining the same. It is clear, concise, and the word of God. And I think the fact that it's clear, concise, means that we aren't disputing with one another as to what the laws are. We are fully aware you have to pray 5 times a day because that's what's written in the hadiths. You are fully aware that this is the month of Ramadan and this is what we have to do. So those laws are very very clear, and we abide by them. It's almost, if you wanted to say there's something that we can all, like, this is the law, this is what we can refer to, we've got the Quran. But on top of that, I guess, is inbuilt, and what Islam, I guess, probably introduced in many cultures, is this accountability. This idea that, if you're going to do, what will your neighbours think? What will your family think? And I guess we keep each other accountable, and we strive to do better. And I guess that, even if there's no quote unquote a Jewish supreme rabbi, it's the idea of holding each other accountable. And think, well, what would your mum and dad say? What would your gran and grandma say? What would a rabbi say? That way of trying to keep each other accountable is probably another suggestion to ensure that Judaism is revived and survives.
Well, yes, because a lot of these rules are you can work it out. What's supposed to really happen, because this thing of breaking the Sabbath, and it's quite specific. You take the breaker of the Sabbath outside the city gates, and then stone them to death. With I think the implication is that they're outside the city gates, and you take a long time to assemble all the stones, and while you're saying, oh, there's one stone here and one stone there, and oh, there's, and he'll have run away to assimilate with Gentiles, so you don't have to stone him to death.
I agree, and I think that in many, maybe that is, as harsh as it sounds, the idea, again, the logistics of stoning, etc., because it's such a hard, laborious task and it takes a lot of time. It gives the chance for I guess many
Without
people,
killing them. I mean, that's
without
the whole
killing them.
idea.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. Is not
You're
to
dead to
kill.
Judaism. We don't want you,
It's
corrupting,
yeah.
us with your lack of observance. So you go and assimilate with the Gentiles since you want to be one of them. Off you
But
go.
then, and also it gives us everyone a chance of saying, you know what, it's more metaphorical. It's not literal. It's metaphorical, and not
Mhm.
just saying that you live with. Perhaps it's saying perhaps we need to give them a second chance, maybe. So just to ensure that that person can be a better Jew, practicing Jew. But yes, you're right. Or if they really did break those laws, yes, it's to say, go and live amongst the Gentiles. You are not one of us.
Mhm.
And it's that strictness as well that seems to have been lost in today's amongst today's Jews.
Yes, and talking about stoning, this, when ISIS was being active and there were all these, throwing sodomites off tall buildings, and then I realized it's actually from the Talmud, this throwing sodomites off tall buildings, and you can sort of work out why they did it. You think all these ancient Jews saying, "Oh, he did nothing wrong. He was a bit gay. We're not going to be turning up for the stoning. Sorry, because we don't think he did anything wrong." And the rabbis thinking, "Oh, but we still have to stone him." And one of them said, "I know. We'll just push him off a tall building, and he lands on a pile of stones, and we'll interpret that as a stoning."
I've heard about some of these Talmudic laws about the idea of pushing people off tall buildings. I do have to say that it sounds very extreme.
Well,
But
I read it in the Jewish Chronicle. I can't remember. It was something to do with Rabbi Dweck, who is a
yeah,
new Sephardic rabbi who is quite controversial because he's very, politically correct. But anyway, I'll send you the article, the Jewish Chronicle article, saying that, Rabbi Dweck has a few modern interpretations of the Talmud that a lot of these ultra-Orthodox Jews don't quite agree with. And then they mentioned that pushing, but anyway, I thought it was an Islamic thing, and then I discovered it was actually a Jewish thing.
a Jewish thing. I mean, I can say this safely. I've not yet come across any punishment within Islam that says push people off tall buildings. It hasn't. This is relatively new, I guess, quote
Mhm.
unquote. It's never been done in the past. But I guess it's very brutal. But that's not. Perhaps they did.
But it's an Old Testament punishment. I mean, the Quran doesn't even mention stoning, does it?
No, it doesn't mention any of that at all. And I think that's such a. And then the fact is the fact that people don't realize that it doesn't mention stoning. It doesn't mention pushing people off tall buildings. It does talk about punishments, but it talks about grave punishments. It talks about the hellfire. But even then, it's followed up by the verse of God is merciful, God is forgiving, seek forgiveness from God, seek repentance, and and it always followed up by that yes, there are brutal punishments, don't get me wrong, but always look at the side of mercy.
Yes, I mean the manual amputation one says, but if he is remorseful, forgive the thief, and the crucifixion one, if he surrenders before you get him, forgive him, or
Yes,
not crucify him anyway. I mean, the
yes,
option of mercy is always, the next verse along, which Islamophobes prefer to ignore.
correct. It is such a shame that people, I mean, I'm not just saying that it's just a non-Muslim thing, but a lot of Muslims themselves, I sometimes feel that they skip that verse or not notice it, that mercy option, that no
Mhm.
matter what, the mercy, that we should always choose the side of mercy. And that is what is really, I think that what really have reaffirmed my faith in Islam and drew me to Islam more so.
Mhm.
I was trying to discover it for myself during my, I guess, my late uni years, early work years. It was the fact that it was the idea of mercy, and it was something that I never heard growing up at all in the mosque. And that's no fault of the mosque. That's no fault of the religious teachers. It was more of the fact that you've got a class of very, very giddy girls, like some of them would cause trouble at the drop of a hat or scream at each other, because you're talking about 8, 9, 6 years old, where they want to run around and play tag and trying to control them. So what you would do is you don't scare them. If God is watching you, there's the hellfire, so you all better behave. And it's probably trying to get them settled down and say, just, we're not going to put up with any trouble or any tantrums. You're just going to here to listen and read the
It's more
Quran.
effective than Santa.
Yes, it is. It's like, I guess it's the way of saying, yeah, you could put it as that analogy. It's like, Santa won't give you presents if you're being a bad girl or a bad boy. So certainly it was kind of used in that way. But it was, and then I guess, you kept, it was in the post 9/11 years with the war on terror, etc., at its height, and you're told, oh my God, these things about Islam, and you think, well, I never knew this, or I never knew this. And I'm not Arabic, by the way. I'm not Arab at all. So I grew from, my family heritage is Persian slash, so it's Indo-Persian. And so, Arabic's not my language. And so the Quran is written in Arabic. And it's, so you kind of, at some point, kind of believe these things. And then as you get older, you start to go back to your faith. You listen to it in English and in a language that you understand, and you're like, oh my God, it doesn't say these things. It says mercy, it says forgiveness, it says preaches kindness, and that's what's beautiful about it, and that's what drew me in more. And I can say safely, standing here today, that I'm proud of being Muslim.
May I know at what age you read the Quran?
I read it when I was obviously one. So when I say from up to 10 years old, we completed the first Quran, and then I didn't read it during my high school years and my college years or my university years. I was, I guess, it wasn't something that was really, I was drawn to. I was kind of more relaxed back. I wasn't really, I mean, I still had like my morals and stuff, but I never really, I prayed whenever I wanted to, kind of thing. It was, I could go. And it was only when, during my late university years, and I was walking through the city centre, and I heard a very familiar sound. It was the Quran being played. And I heard it, and I was like, I recognise this noise. I recognise what it was saying. I loved the way it was done. It was done in Arabic, the way it was reading. And I approached the brother there. We call each other brothers or sisters in Islam because it's the idea of familyhood. And I said to him, I've not heard the Quran in a while. I feel completely sinful. I don't know why I felt really like I was not worthy of, because the Quran was playing, and I wasn't the best Muslim in the world. I didn't pray as much, and I wasn't really happy with myself at that time because I was not the most confident at my time. And he said, just here's a copy of the Quran. Here's little books to help you. And I took it home and I read some of it, and I was also on YouTube, and I started to, as I was working, I'd sometimes listen to YouTube, and I'd listen to lectures, Islamic lectures, and I kind of grew a fascination, and it kind of brought me closer. And then I started to pray again. I started to do Ramadan again, and coinciding that time, I also started to completely changed my life, in the sense that I started to get back. I started to go into fitness a lot more, and I started to enjoy the fitness side of things, and I started to be more confident, a lot more. And Islam gave me that confidence. Islam I genuinely believe God had given me the guiding hand in helping me. And I looked back as well in my life, and I didn't have the best childhood. I didn't have the best teenage years. I grew up pretty much under a single parent household, but my mum was always going to the courts because divorce, and there was a lot of legal problems and financial problems. So in a way, I had to learn to grow up by myself. And I also had a very younger sister that I had to take care of. And so I actually literally had to navigate through life by myself, literally by myself, and try to do the best as I could and maneuver around life as best as I could. And in doing that, like I genuinely, even getting my first job, I had to do by myself. I didn't know anyone. And people, and I say this because at the time there was no, like, in order to get your foot in the door in any of especially in law firms, you had to know someone. You had to have a family member working there or someone. My family members, cousins, I didn't know. In fact, I had cousins that don't. I've had cousins openly say, "Don't rely on me," and they were, we're not going to help you out. And I was struggling to find a job for 2 or 3 months until I got my foot in the door. And I look back at all these difficult times, and I look about how things were difficult financially growing up, etc., and how God actually rescued me. I genuinely believe that He's put me through tests and tribulations, and it was to make me draw nearer to Him. It was to make me to worship Him. And for me, if I ever was to leave this world, I would say there's nothing greater in this world. And I don't care. You could give all the gold jewelry or all the Birkin bags you want, but nothing would be far more greater in this world than the idea of prostrating to God before I go. I want to be in a place of prostration, so that when I do meet my Creator, I'm still prostrating to my Creator. That to me would be my biggest wish and my biggest desire. And I think that's for anyone who has a belief in God, is the idea that you want to prostrate before your Lord, that you want to worship before your Lord and thank Him for everything that He has done to help you in life, and to make you a stronger, better person. And I want to say this to those people who are facing very testing times. Remember, it is a test, but it's a test to make you stronger. God does not put you in tests to fail you. He puts you in tests to make sure that you uplift yourself, that you push yourself, that you know that you've got the strength to deal with it. And you have that. Everyone has that. They just need to believe in themselves.
Yes. I feel I have to translate what you say to these atheists who will, and I'm just going to say that belief in God gives you a habit of gratitude and humility, and these are virtues to make you happier, because if you're grateful for what you've managed to get so far, you're not going to be angry and envious of other people. And if you have the habit of humility through the practice of regular prayer and prostrations, you are quicker to learn from your mistakes, shall we say. And that will help you avoid and solve problems quicker and better.
Oh, indeed, correct. Indeed, very much correct. I agree with you. And in recent times, I along with, and this is on Twitter Spaces, along with, he calls himself Christian Man now, I believe, but and along with a few others, I call one of them Uncle Pete. We've definitely formed an alliance, an Islamic Christian alliance, because one of the things that we've noticed is that there's a lot of attacks on Christianity, a lot of attacks on Islam, a lot of those attacks on people who believe in God. And they certainly mock God and His messengers. And today is one of the posts that I've seen was from Little Nas, a popular musician, who was mocking Christ. And, you know, one of the things that I have done on Twitter Spaces is, as part of this, is create an Islamic Christian unity group to try and not only want to defend ourselves, but to actually bring the truth out there, to tell people that actually believing God is amazing, that it's not cool to be an atheist, and that we will not stand for any slander or mocking. And I've got a pinned tweet, but again, I urge everyone, whoever's listening to this, to give many of myself and many other Muslims, like Dr. Gove, a Syrian, Abundance, who's a Syrian, I think her name's a Syrian girl, I think it is. I can't remember what her at is at the moment, but a Christian man, Bubbles, Pete Goodison, Uncle Pete, many of them who we are working together as Christians and Muslims to tackle, I guess, a lot of the issues that are being discussed on Twitter.
Social conservatives, religious social conservatives.
Yes, religious social conservatives. And I've also created, again, to my Muslim followers as well, as I've also helped assist create a group called Defending Islam and Geopolitics. And again, there's a Mufti Sheikh, Brother Mandalorian, Brother Hakan, many others, too many to name, but I'm more than happy to name them. Even Icy Shimbras, Samira Khan, Bushra Sheikh. Again, these are pivotal Muslim, important Muslims who have gone and sort of defended the name of Islam. And so the whole, one of the reasons why I'm here on Twitter is, again, to promote social conservative religious values.
You identify with Muslim MAGA, don't you, like Samira Khan?
I do identify with Muslim MAGA. And even though me and Samira Khan are on, I guess, different economic shifts, she's much more socialist and much more, I guess, more of a slightly left-leaning than I am. There's no problem with that. I can understand many of her views and even accept some of those views. I will say that, we're both on a social front, very socially religious conservative women, and we both believe that there is that society needs to be more conservative, needs to be more traditional. And one of the things, and we're both in Britain, Claire, that I was watching a video in the 1960s. This is a clip from the BBC in the 1960s, and they were showing a group of women a dress, and the dress was showing the top of their breasts. And the women were queuing up and saying this was horrible, horrific, and horrifying. This is the 1960s. In 2024, that would not be controversial.
Times change, which is why we need eternal and universal laws.
Correct, Claire. I mean, even if we look at here, 2024 Britain, and I don't understand. I mean, I see the decline. I think that Britain was amazing at its height during, not just during the Empire's years, but even post-war. And I say this, even I know this, that post-war Britain had a lot of economic woes and political woes, as you can imagine, one after World War II would. But they had a community. They had a community spirit. Families knew where each other were. Brothers and sisters knew where they were. They lived next door to each other. They would help each other out. People, the priest was the most important man in that community. There's some amazing, wonderful churches in this country. And it's sad to see some of them have now gone into ruin. And I was thinking about this, and this is one of the reasons why I'm Muslim MAGA, is there is a sense of, and I'm talking this from a British perspective, but I feel like Britain has lost Britain today. And I say this because if you look at during even the Georgian times, we look at the sort of the nice Georgian houses, and we see the churches, and we see the little shops and the little, those little kind alleyways, and the way things were, and even something that's silly as the lamps, in some places, you can sense there was a pride. There was a pride people took pride in what they'd worked. They took pride in the community. They loved it. And then you look in 2024 Britain and you see boarded up shops, homelessness, drug addiction, tattooed women. You see, you do. I'm being serious. I know we laugh, but it's
no, I see them, but it's just when you juxtapose all that with and ended in tattooed women, I have
it's
to
true.
laugh.
It's where has it gone? Where has the class gone? And I give a very good example, and this is a very famous location. And I don't live. I mean, I've not been in there since I was a kid, and thankfully so, because even when I was a kid, I was like, whoa. Blackpool. Now, if you look at Blackpool, you had, and you can look at it today, you can tell that once upon a time, when it was at its height, this was a very beautiful town. You can see that. You can see by the architecture, the houses.
Yes, and Bradford too. Bradford was once a prosperous town, wasn't
Very,
it?
yeah, and it was all the workers from nearby cities in Liverpool and Manchester would go there with their families to enjoy a day out on the beach. You can tell this is a very prosperous. It's still today. You can still say there's a. And you go into Blackpool today in 2020. It's not somewhere I'd go on holiday. There is the homeless situation, the drug epidemic in that town is at an all-time high. Poverty is at an all-time high. You go into that town, it's depressing, it's dangerous. And I'm not even talking about the nighttime hours, even during daytime, it is dangerous to visit there. It's so lost.
Yes,
Completely
it's
lost.
because our ruling classes don't care.
They
And the
don't.
same sort of thing, terrible scenes come out of America, of these people just intoxicated and insensible on pavements in America, or kind of in a frozen stupor, and using the streets as toilets. This is happening in San Francisco, apparently.
It's happening in San Francisco. I mean, remember, San Francisco was an amazing city at one point. The Golden Gate Bridge was a feat of engineering technology. And today, San Francisco is home to homelessness, people intoxicated, drugs, people urinating in the streets, theft. I mean, if you steal something under $1,000, it's okay. Businesses are closing, offices are closing, people are scared, people don't want to go out. And these are not people, and I'm not just saying, this is the average. Even someone who is masculine and is very, very well built, those big beefcakes, as someone as like Joe Rogan is scared to go into to anywhere in San Francisco during the daytime with his family to have ice cream, it says a lot. It
Oh, it's
says
really bad for business. But why is it that nobody cares and nobody will do anything? I think, in a way, okay, my solution, maybe you think is a bit simplistic, but I'm saying the problem comes from America, and America is the problem because America doesn't have an official moral system. And as for us in Britain, officially this country is Anglican, but nobody believes in it. And officially Europe is still Christian, but they don't believe in it, and they don't understand their own history. If they can if they still think they can revive Christianity, because when Christianity was working, well, they were horrible to each other. They burnt heretics at the stake, and that was what, in the end, caused all those revolutions, the American, the French, and the Russian revolutions, which were rejections of Christianity. And the historians haven't really put it in that way, and I don't think they understand their own history.
I would say I would agree with you, Claire, but I would also say I don't think the blame should be too much lying on the Americans. And I know this probably is the old English adage of blaming the French, but I do blame the French. And I say this is because the French introduced secularism, the separation of church and state. And I believe that was the first sign of Western decline. I genuinely do. And I believe that that was taken off and has been adopted, not just throughout Europe, even here in the UK, even though that we have a Anglican Protestant king, and the church is very much part of our state to some degree, thankfully. But it's taken off here amongst European societies, and I think it's destroyed European societies, the idea of separation of church and state. And people, and you are right to touch upon the heresy and burning people at the stake. No, that is true. But I don't think that that should be the reason why. I think that it was man's own selfish desires to separate the church and state, because there was nothing that was holding them accountable for their action or their wrongdoing. And we can see that today. No one's holding anyone accountable for urinating in the street or littering in the street or having 10 kids out of wedlock at 13 years old. No one's holding each other accountable. There is no morals anymore. It's completely flummoxed. It's why I would say, one of my colleagues, I guess we have touched, am I name him, Claire?
I'm not sure who you have
I was
in mind.
going to refer to Dr. Rani. Am I okay?
Yes,
No,
he's helped me, so I'm
definitely.
grateful to him.
He regularly hosts spaces, and in his he's become a very controversial figure.
He
And
had
I
Nick
think
Griffin on his space, didn't
he's
he?
Nick Griffin on his space, but he has said, he's kind of made an analogy of what white people and polar bears being extinct, and he's saying that basically, and it's true, his analogy is true, that sorry, I was disturbed. Sorry, his analogy is very much true, and when I say that is the fact that there's no sort of pride in family, there's no pride in the community, there's no pride in the church anymore. There is nothing that we're standing on, and every day you're looking, especially on the far right or on the right, on conservative media, much of the decline is blamed on other people, immigration,
Jews and Muslims.
Jews and Muslims. And I say this as a Muslim, that statistics have proven this. Muslims, I can say this for certain, are wanting Christianity to return back to the UK. They want the church to have. I recognise this country as being Christian. I recognise the Christian foundations of this country. I just want the native white population to recognise that. I want the native white population to be more
conservative and respect.
conservative and much more evangelical about their faith and about Christianity. And I think that they should. I personally, if I was Prime Minister, and I was white, and I would say I would force the whites to go back to church. I really would. I know this sounds very controversial, but we have to put it in this way. I would force them to go back to church, because that's where it begins. That's where you get your morals. That's where you get a belief. That's where you get the success, and
It's through marriage and family values. I mean, but I just have to quarrel with you a little about Christianity, because I think the revolutions, the American, French, and Russian revolutions were rejections of Christianity and monarchy, and they don't understand these revolutions as such, because it was only as recently as 1697 when the last person in Britain was executed for blasphemy, and his name was Thomas Aikenhead, and he was only a 20-year-old student in Scotland. And I thought, well, maybe I could be one of those people if I'd been him, because I wouldn't be able to stop asking why Jesus was the co-equal of the Abrahamic God, which is basically what the Trinity requires Christians to believe. And, over the centuries, a lot of them have been burnt at the stake for questioning and challenging the Trinity. And I guess for some people, they just couldn't stop that. But why? How did it come about? And I suppose, in 1697, they thought, well, it's a bit mean to just execute them. Perhaps we'll stop executing them. And and before 80 years was up in stopping executing these heretics, there was the American Revolution. And this suggests to me that the only way to stop people from questioning the Trinity was to carry on burning them at the stake.
I think it's much more than that. I don't think it was just questioning the Trinity. I think they were questioning the corruption of, I guess, then the Catholic Church, and also the fact the corruption of the monarchy. And we have to remember that it was the French peasants that led the revolution against the French monarchs.
But the French Revolution came after the American Revolution, and there is a smaller version of the Statue of Liberty in Paris. So they both supported each other. They walked hand in hand.
They did, but I do think it's, again, this is one of the key reasons for reform and for revolutions is socio-economic. Now, if the economy does, I mean, Bill Clinton said it very, very well. It is the economy, stupid, when he said, when he was referring to any sort of revolution, he was talking about the Middle East, I think, at the time. But it really is if there's the reason for social unrest and is economic woes. If people feel deprived and are in poverty, that what forces them to seek to blame others. And yes, you are right, there is to some degree the harsh punishments.
Which I think the founding fathers rejected, because if they're educated men, they'd hate to be forced to say, you do believe Jesus is God, don't you? And if they don't give the right answer, they wouldn't be able to get to a good university. All the good jobs would be cancelled for them. And I think fundamentally the American Revolution was about the founding fathers, who were men of the Enlightenment, saying, "What's this all about? We've just fought the wars of the Reformation, and now we can't even, explain what all the fighting was about." And basically, Christianity was only used to support the divine right of kings. I don't think people understand why Constantine the Great, the Roman emperor who Christianized Rome, why did he change their religion, the religion of the Roman Empire? And I'm saying obviously it must be because it was failing. And if you look at the history of Rome before Constantine came into power, it was full of civil wars and warlords wanting to become emperor of Rome. And I think he must have felt that Rome needed a new religion, because people don't change their religion for the fun of it. They only do after the trauma of invasion or revolution or civil war. And I don't think Europeans understand that, or they don't want to think about it. And I think if people want a religion, if they're shopping for one, they should choose the best religion available. And I'm saying, and as an agnostic, the best religion would be the most powerful God and the clearest scripture with the fewest restrictions, and that all points to the Quran, not the Torah.
You are completely correct, Claire. Now, yes, I would actually, to answer your question, I would definitely say Islam is the most supreme religion to choose. It provides a law, it provides certainty, it's concise, and it allows you to question things. One at the height of the various Islamic empires, and especially in the golden age of Islam, people questioned things, even things that were very, very controversial. Even atheistic ideas were very much on the table, and to question things.
Mutazilites.
So, exactly. I mean, it was very much known during Baghdad, which was a home of science. that even something as controversial as evolution was discussed. And this was way before we've understood it today. But there was a concept of that was kind of near enough to evolution where they felt that actually there could be some truth to it. That, animals adapt to their climates, and that's why a certain animal has certain features. But they rejected the idea of human evolution on the basis of their humans having a soul. So that's that was very much openly discussed. So yes, I can see. I would say definitely everyone to go and favour Islam, to look into Islam, to investigate it, to understand it, to see for what it is. And I think
And how
China
it
is very much
supports the
more
First
inclusive.
Amendment,
It
which
really
I don't
does.
think people get. I mean, I would say chapter 2, verse 256 supports the First Amendment.
It does. It does. It really does. Islam, and I know that you have a book called Quranic Secularism.
Secular Quranism.
Secular Quranism. Oh, apologies. But if you just give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. So you touch on trying. I mean, I personally would say that, and I know I'm not trying to cause any sort of rabble here, but I personally reject secularism as 100% completely. I believe that Islam on its own is sufficient, but again, everyone's on their own journey, and I always say that this is something for them to investigate. But yes.
Can I explain why I called it that? Because I think it's quite important, because I would agree with you that secularism is okay. I define secularism as the belief that your corrupt and incompetent ruling classes are fit to make the laws of your land. That is the idiocy of secularism, in my view. But on the other hand, you still have to trust your ruling classes, because otherwise nothing gets done. I mean, at the moment we're just quarrelling with their their right to be our ruling classes because they're so corrupt and incompetent. But we still need a ruling class to be the judiciary, be the president or the prime minister, be be the government to administer the state. And the reason why they're so incompetent and corrupt is that they have no religion that they actually believe in or follow. And if you say, oh, but these British people, they're supposed to be Christian, and it's like, but there are no rules in the New Testament. It doesn't say anything at all that you can use as a basis of your theocracy. And so all through these centuries, these monarchies have been making up the rules as they go along. First they said, Martin Luther said that we're not allowed to practice usury. And then John Calvin came along and said a little bit of interest is okay. So basically, they've broken their own rules, and and if you confronted them about it, they might say, well, the Bible doesn't say anything about usury. The Bible doesn't, or the New Testament, which is relevant only to Christians, it doesn't have anything that could be said to be the laws of God. I mean, it says vague things like Jesus came to fulfill the law. But if they won't be able to answer your question on, which law you're talking about. Which law? So it's too vague. And also that the books of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Paul, whoever, it's like, who are they? They're not Jesus, let alone God. You can't use any of it as a basis for any of your laws, and therefore they'd be making up the rules as they go along. And when they had sensible rulers such as the founding fathers, they were okay. But ever since they started having political parties, they have degenerated. And also, Washington actually warned the Americans against having political parties. And every year in February, on his birthday, in the Senate, his farewell speech is read out. And he does actually warn against political parties, and that's why I, propose a one-party theocracy, which is going to freak them out, and they're going to accuse me of being a fascist, a commie, or a Nazi. But I'm going to say George Washington warned Americans not to establish political parties, and they've been ignoring him for 250 years.
Completely correct, Claire. I could clap, or I could really clap for you and cheer for you. Everything you said, especially about the Bible, about the Christian belief, about especially on the Trinity concept, and especially on Paul and Luke, etc. in the New Testament, they usually 100% agreed. And you are right about George Washington. And
You have read his speech then.
Yes, and I'm completely against the idea of elections and even this idea of quote unquote democracy, whatever this means. Because we have it here in the UK, we have multiple parties and they're all singing from the same hymn sheet. You cannot put, you can't differentiate between any of them.
Yeah, they're
And I'm
all
not talking about
useless. They all have the same policies.
They all have the same policies. They're all trying to go through the same thing. I mean, the Conservative Party that we have aren't conserving anything. The Labour Party is no longer working for the working man. The Green Parties, I mean, I love the environment as far as anyone else does, are not quite green. You don't stick big blobs of fans across the landscape or destroy wildlife or nature. You don't cut down trees and stick on, big factories and say, well, this is environmentally friendly. I mean, a lot of the environmental policies that they have are harming the environment. That's the truth. And there's nothing wrong with digging coal up from, or even oil, and relying on that. I'm not saying, maybe yes, at some point we'll have to ease away from it because society and technology progresses, but for the time being, we need this. We need more coal. We still have an abundance of coal in this country. We need oil. We need to heat our homes. So the green policies are green. We talk about the Liberal Democrats. They're neither Liberal nor Democrat. They are just a emergence of Conservative and Labour parties that are disgruntled, that they've just formed this new alliance, or this new party, the Liberal Democrats. They blow where the wind blows. There is no, I mean, I'm going through the list. I mean, you can name them and I go through the list and they're just all one and the same. And I completely agree with you. We need to have a different dynamic and see
Well, the one-party state that is China, they changed their policies. They flipped from communism to capitalism without a revolution or violence.
They did. And I am very much amongst the, on Twitter Spaces, amongst with the Chinese crowd. And I always say that the reforms, the industrial reforms of the Chinese in the 80s really led them to being capitalist in nature. And even Chairman, even is President Xi, so Chairman Xi has been pivotal in the success of China. They've really have, in the space of a few decades, come from the being rice field farmers to building an amazing city, amazing technology, amazing architectural achievements, engineering achievements. They've gone through a lot in a huge amount, in a small number of years, and it's because in many ways they've got a strict leadership who wants best for the country, and the people are happy. By the way, that doesn't mean that they don't listen to what people want. They still have officials that still represent certain communities, your local town or your local village, and they're still answerable. They have elections.
Just not general elections.
Just not general elections. So they're still answerable. They're still answerable to the people, but it's just a different way of governing. And maybe we need to look into this and implement it ourselves.
Have you been to China, Dr.
I haven't been to China, but I have to go to China because it is something. I mean, some of the stuff that they've got there now, and you can see this from. I sometimes tweet about it as well, on YouTube and on Twitter. Sorry, and I say this. You know, it's fascinating. They've really. I mean, there's stuff that I'm seeing that. Never mind in 2024. This should be in 2134 or something like that because they're so advanced. I've seen a picture of their train station today, and I was like, we've not got train stations like this in this country. Their transport infrastructure is amazing. They've got high speed. Their plans, they're very ambitious as people. You know, they want to create a huge new project of trying to connect cities together. So
they were supposed to be building the high-speed link from north to south, right? The Chinese were supposed to be building it.
Yes, and you know, it's funny enough, they can build high-speed train tracks overnight, and we're here in this country, and we're struggling to do it, and we've had to cancel so many, I guess, extensions. I don't know the right word for the high speed. I know the Birmingham to the north has now been cancelled. It goes from Birmingham to some London suburb, so it doesn't even go into central London. I mean, it doesn't connect anywhere. I mean, and that in itself has cost billions and billions and billions, and it doesn't really provide anyone, neither London nor Birmingham nor the country, with any economic benefits at all. Now it's a loss. It's a big elephant in the room. I mean, we've wasted billions in taxpayers' money now over this project. That should now be cancelled. That we should stop thinking. We should go back to the drawing board if we're going to have it, because it's completely gone out bad. But the Chinese can.
Would you go to Xinjiang?
I'd love to go there. I would love to go to Xinjiang, and there is it's very controversial amongst many people, because there's an alleged atrocity, an alleged genocide in place, but these are alleged. There is no evidence to date to say that there is a genocide ongoing. In fact, it's been proven to be false. There are Muslims in Xinjiang, and I want to touch upon this because, and I want to say this, there are Muslims in Xinjiang. The Uyghur Muslims are thriving. They're well educated now. They're part and parcel of the rest of China. They're very, very happy to be part of China. And China has built many mosques. In fact, China recognizes 5 official religions, Islam being one of them and Christianity being another. And they've actually encouraged their local populations to embrace both religions. I really do want to highlight it because you know, it's the funny thing is, one of the reasons, and we've touched on this, why the West was in decline, is because they don't believe in God anymore, and it's that godlessness that has risen. One of the things that the Chinese realize is the recipe for their success is the belief of God. It's no longer, China is not an atheist country, as one likes to assume. It's the belief in God. They've actually encouraged their populations to take it up, to believe in.
Wow.
Yes, I mean, there are now Chinese churches, Chinese mosques. The local populations are very much encouraged. And one of the reasons how they came to that conclusion was because they actually they had their own, I guess, researchers that went to the UK, went to France, went to Germany, and they started to look as to what made them great nations, great empires, what made them success stories. And one of the things was the belief in God. It was the idea when you work, you're working for a higher power. You're working not for yourself, but for a higher power, that you're working to praise God. And that was something that's now been lost in this country and across Europe, but it's been embraced in China.
Is there a link to this that you can give me about China's?
Oh, of course. It's on Channel 4. It's 4 on demand. There's a documentary now. I need to find it. I think he was with a doctor. He's a doctor. He's an economics professor, but he was looking as to what can we do to rejuvenate Britain again. And he went to China, And he looked at that and he went to church in China, and he went, the church is now becoming bigger and bigger in China. And it was realized that the Chinese government were encouraging their citizens to believe in this God, to believe in God, and etc. So, once I find that documentary, it's a very old documentary, about 10, 15 years ago, but it's a very fascinating documentary on On Demand, and I would definitely give you the link once I find it.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if you've heard of the mandate of heaven, which is an ancient Chinese idea. Have you heard of it?
If you could just expand on it a bit more, if you can.
Yes. So it was in existence in Confucian times, and it was this idea that every emperor of China begins his reign with the mandate of heaven, which could be withdrawn, and the signs of withdrawal would be invasion, pestilence, famine, civil disorder, and natural disaster. So it's basically saying, oi, Chinese emperor, don't think you can, throw your weight around and misgovern your empire and be evil, because if you do too much of it, your empire is going to fall, and the mandate of heaven will be withdrawn from your rule.
Oh, I think I've heard about this. And the first thing when you mentioned it, it reminded me of a YouTube video that I watched a couple of months ago, actually, on the channel Merciful Servant, and it was talking about how the ancient Chinese had this concept of monotheism, of one God. Now, this predates the Abrahamic faith, and perhaps touches on by Confucianism. They had some form of religion where they did have the concept of monotheism and one God, and perhaps it was lost over time. But that's what it reminds me of. And you're right. That if the emperor didn't treat people well, or or that particular empire, because they did live in kingdoms and empires at that time, became too arrogant, then they would be humbled, and perhaps through famine, war, or Mother Nature. So, no, it's a very interesting thing that you've touched upon there, Claire.
Yeah, I think it's a sort of, the ancient Chinese conception of God, but without the scripture, which I think that the Jews kind of pioneered in a way, because as lawyers you can't really function without the actual wording of the law, because it's the lawyer's bread and butter to interpret each word of the sentence that forbids or allows whatever is in dispute. And so the oral tradition is basically no good, because the I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you just rely on the king to give you justice without having anything written down, the king might be in a bad mood the next day and decide the same case in a different way because he's in a bad mood. And that is why it's so important to have all the laws written down, to have an established court and legal system and appeal system, and all the safeguards to ensure the efficient administration of justice, which I guess is a complicated idea for a lot of people, but I think as lawyers we can see how easily it can break down if people start breaking the rules left, right, and centre.
Of course, and we don't want a society that descends into chaos. It doesn't serve anyone, and it promotes disorder and a lot of grievances. So order's the main thing, and order is what brings peace, if anything. So yes, as long as we recognise the the idea that the how important law is.
Sorry, there's a bit of background noise making you hard to understand.
Because I am sorry, it's apologies. So we do understand how important law is, and I think we touched upon it. I think again earlier on, and we did both. I think we did mention that the UK doesn't have a written constitution, and we were talking about the idea of free speech, and you touched upon Parliament's sovereignty and how Parliament is supreme and what Parliament says goes, and I said, we kind of make up as we go along in this country when it comes to laws, and there's nothing really concrete to back it up. It is at the whims of parliamentarians who represent our society, who we elect as our society. And I think that in itself poses a huge, that really just poses a huge challenge. And this is why religion, again, is very, very important, and something that, again, I endorse as someone who is promoting socially conservative religious values. Is God's laws can't be changed. God's laws are clear. It's objective. It's there. Creator has created those laws for us, and we must abide by them. And He knows what's best for us. So, just that, but also I would also push for a constitution in this country too. So.
Well, yes, but the thing is, you can say, well, the Quran is our constitution, then it's kind of settled. But I think even amongst people who are born Muslims, I find that most people have not read the Quran, and it's very difficult to talk to people if they haven't really read the Quran, or think it says something else, or but I think it is a written word that has the power, the legislative power behind it, because if it's sort of like playing a game. If the objective is never defined, if the rules are always different every time you ask somebody, then you sort of know that the game is rigged against you. If you're not allowed to read the rules in Monopoly, and the person who refuses to let you read the rules is also the banker, and you're always losing, people eventually cotton on that the game is rigged, and they will take the law into their own hands. And I think that's very dangerous if they think, well, there's no point going through the political process anymore because the game is rigged and we'll always lose, and we're just wasting our time playing around with elections and stuff.
100% agree with you, and that's so funny. One of the reasons why there was the Protestant Reformation, or to do away with the Catholic Church, is because the ordinary man did not understand what was written in the Bible. And I do have to say, and this is one thing that I encourage, especially on your platform, because I do want to be fair, even amongst my own people, that as Muslims we need to understand the Quran as believers, and if that's in your common tongue and it's not Arabic, then we have to understand it. We have to understand the Word of God, and that's the best way of doing it. There's nothing problematic with that. So, yes,
I have this dream of creating an examination in Quranic knowledge for advanced, intermediate, and beginners.
Well, it's funny
to test people's knowledge.
The funny thing is, my mosque, when I was a kid, was a child, as a girl, like a little girl, they actually did implement some tests so that we understood what was being said and what we were reciting. So it is, you're not far from that. That is a very interesting thought, and yes, something that I would definitely encourage. And yeah, it's something definitely I encourage. But we do have scholars, and there is a whole Islamic university in order to become a very senior scholar in it, and it's in Medina. So it's something akin to that, and that's where you can get we have understanding of the Quran and the Hadiths, and those scholars will convey it to us in a common tongue, whether that would be in Hindi, Farsi, English, Japanese, German, Portuguese, Swahili, there will be someone that will be able to reiterate that message in the common tongue to us. So we do have something akin to that
Yeah, I
idea.
think that there should be a sort of Q&A at the end of every chapter or something, because I think there has been a historical tradition of not really wanting ordinary Muslims to interpret the Quran for themselves. So the call Kharijites or something, or the Khawarij, it's like, oh, how dare you interpret the Quran for yourself? You must be one of those, Khawarij people. And I think, I guess Muslim rulers probably didn't want, too many Muslims knowing their rights, and reading the Quran and understanding and remembering it would make Muslims know their rights.
I would actually argue that it's not so much the scholars that are stopping people, or even the kings and queens, or the monarchs, or the rulers that are preventing people from. I believe, and this is something that I say this, I think people are, like, you imagine now, if you're the average person, you're waking up in the morning, obviously you're doing all your prayers, etc., but you are, you've got your 9 to 5, afterwards you're spending
Yeah,
time.
nobody reads scripture for
So
fun.
nobody has the chance to sit down, take time out, and actually read the scripture, understand what their rights are, what their obligations are. So they are going to hear it from a second-hand source, and then that second-hand source is going to really pick and choose what they're saying. So I would encourage. So I don't think the blame is so much on anyone else. I think it's so much the way we are as a society. Well,
Mhm.
we're just too busy to do anything, and
Yes.
as these excuses, it's like people keeping preoccupied and occupied with their time. They're not really concentrating on something that's probably far more beneficial and better to them. And I myself am guilty of that. I'm working, and then I'm off to, and I'm gym, and then I'm reading, and there are times where I've not really taken the time out to say, you know what, I need to read the Quran. And there are times when I'm actually listening to it instead of reading it.
Mhm.
And it's, and I should be reading it, and
You cut out, but yes, I mean,
when I say reading it, as in not just reading it, I mean as in fully trying to absorb the message, fully understand what my rights are, fully try to understand what my obligations are, fully try
Mhm.
to understand the stories of the prophets and what God's word is. And
Mhm.
that appreciation and that understanding is something that takes time. I don't read it for the sake of reading, but read it and appreciate it. And I think appreciating itself is a journey, and
Mhm.
I'm short of that, and I think there are many others that are too.
Yes, I mean, I can say I owe my knowledge. I mean, a lot of my knowledge of the Quran, but to people who I would call Islamophobes, because they'll be quoting all these verses, and I had to make sense of them and argue, and defend them, and I think arguing about them actually helps increase your knowledge um, and
Correct.
understanding.
Correct. I mean, this is one of the reasons why, now what you mentioned, that I kind of look back and I say, maybe Twitter was a blessing in disguise, because it actually gave me the time to actually, they picked out a verse, it gave me the time to look at the verse, look at the context that it was in, and say, well, and argue against it with them. Islamophobes don't realize this, but they actually help people draw them closer to Islam, and you need haters to make sure that you're on the right path. So I don't want to give them a congratulations or thing, keep hating, but you know what I mean?
They'll
Like,
be annoyed that they've helped us.
but they really have. I mean, they've helped me. In fact, they've made me more appreciative of my religion of Islam than ever before. And I say that because I yeah, like, they would spout so much nonsense out there, and I'd be like, well, that's not true, or that doesn't happen, or no, let's look at the context of these things. And they just want to hate for the sake of hating. And they've got their voice, and sometimes, in many ways they've forced me to really do research. And so I'm greatly appreciative of it, greatly
Yeah.
appreciative of it.
Yes, and what I'm trying to do is encourage all these debates to take place. But unfortunately, for a lot of these people who are moral and intellectual cowards, they won't engage. They prefer the hit,
Oh,
hit and
certainly
run
they won't do
method.
it. They won't do it. Okay, they
Yes,
just,
because it's so easy to win arguments against them.
yes, they won't do it. It's so easy to win arguments against them. And, you know, and the only argument is, well, we live in, they want to do what, they want to get away with their sins, or they want to get away with doing their wrong. And so that's the only reason, the reason for them hating. And that's the only reason, genuinely. And I say that because I had remembered I was on a space with someone that he was an ex-Christian, and he was hating on Christianity. Now he would also pick on Islam because Islam is quite big in this country. So Ghana, even though I think it's majority Christian, it's also got a very significant Muslim population, and he
Hmm.
would always, the mosque and church would rule the country.
Hmm.
And he was having an argument, and I said, and he is a proclaimed homosexual, and he is someone who talked about sex quite a lot, and he revealed quite a lot about his personal life. And on a one-to-one basis, putting religion and atheism to one, there were times where he was a very pleasant individual, and then when you get into this argument over religion, he was an atheist. He would be like, crazy head, what I would describe him. And I remember saying to him, I said, the only reason you're anti all this stuff, and the only reason you're holding these spaces, is because you're scared that someone is objecting to the way you lead your life,
Hmm.
objecting to the way he leads his life. And there's a lot of things, even as I'm like, there's a lot, when I'm going to say this, right? So I always say this: black and brown people, when they want to lead a degenerate lifestyle, they want to be a muscle. And I can't explain it, but they want to go above and beyond and abroad. You never, I've never seen it with any other race, but I've only seen it with black and brown people.
Can you say that again? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you were saying
So I wanted
about
to.
black and brown people.
So I always say, the thing with black and brown people, and you see it all the time, when they want to do something, they always go above and beyond. So in this case, when they're an atheist and they want to reject God, they want to go above and beyond.
Okay, I understand now.
More than so, for example, I would say I will put in, say, a coloured gay and a white gay. I've never seen a white gay go and be. I mean, you have, but not to the degree, like, they'll say they're gay and go about their business. But a black and brown gay would go to another measure where they would actually say they'd gone to a gay club and they saw two men make out behind a window and they paid for it. Like, they would go even beyond and but above that. Like, they'll give you intricacies. It's disturbing, and you're like, this is too much. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making clear. So this is what they were doing, and he was talking about like how free he was, and he was doing all this craziness. And I said to him, I said, the only reason you're objecting to that and you're always questioning God, is because people are going to, in society in Ghana, would object to your lifestyle, which is true. And he was talking about whether God exists or not, and I said, we were talking about in terms of physics, and with my limited knowledge of physics, and space and time and the universe, I managed to get him to admit that there was a form of a creator of some form. There's something out there, and he accepted that there was something out there. He didn't want to call it God, because he certainly didn't want to agree with me, but he said that there was a form of creator out there, something out there, which
If there was a creation, there must have been a creator.
and he acknowledged that, and he still, I'm still going to do my own thing. And I was like, okay. But every time he creates a space, he has to be on his anti-God rant and his anti-religion rant. But Yes. Even he
Yes,
at
yes.
some point.
Talking about these people, they say, "Oh, why should we Europeans worship an African god or a Middle Eastern
And
god?"
they always
And I
say,
said, "Look, yeah, yeah. It's like, well, you know, you already, you know, it's the same God. There's only one Abrahamic God who
yes,
created the universe. So there's no
exactly.
escape. If he
And they
exists,
want
there's
to,
no escape."
and you'll see them, and then they'll say, we want to practice Wicca or paganism or the Viking gods, etc. And I'm like, even the Vikings, if you scroll, even the ancient Greeks, by the way, if there's a scholarly opinion on this. Now, I can't really name them, but even the ancient Greeks, if you really go back in early ancient Greek history, accepted there was one God. So the idea of one God and the monotheistic faith is not new to Europe. Um,
The
Paganism,
uncalled first cause.
yes. So the Abrahamic
The
God,
unmoved mover.
yeah,
It's an Aristotelian concept.
yes. So the Abrahamic God or the Abrahamic faith is nothing that is new to Europe. In fact, I would say the Abrahamic faith rescued Europe from being the backwaters. It actually gave them a civilization. It gave them something to strive for. It created them into great empires and nations with a rich history and a rich culture that has been imprinted throughout the world. You
Yes, and I think that there is also a plan in that when the third global Christian empire fails, what religion will it use to replace Christianity? If they're being sensible and honest, there's really only one that
It
they
is
can
Islam.
think of.
It is Islam. And King John wanted to implement Islam because he said he felt it was the correct religion. In England, the Japanese, during the, I think it was in the early 1900s, the emperor had took out their best and brightest and asked them to come along and investigate what religion would work for their society, and it was Islam. So yes, if we are to rescue Europe, um, I would advocate, and I'm not here to force my religion on anyone. To you, your religion, and to me, my religion. But if you were going to rescue Europe and from the throes of being on a decline, I would definitely say Islam is that religion. And I will say something that I've noticed amongst the younger generation, um, is that religion is returning. I've seen more and more people in their 20s are looking to not just Islam, some of them are looking to Orthodox Christianity and the church again and Judaism again, and they're actually reaching a conclusion of worshipping one God. And a lot of them, I've seen a lot of white converts, but it's changed their lives. And they're bringing back traditional social conservative values. I mean, we can see that because even when I'm talking to people nowadays amongst my peers, people aren't clubbing. People aren't going to go to drink alcohol as much anymore. I mean, I know we're in dry January, but
Mhm.
still, I mean, alcohol sales have kind of dropped over the years. The pubs declined, the clubs declined, betting shops have declined. People aren't even vaping. It was it's been temporary, but there's a decline now, and people. The new form is nowadays, and the new thing is that we're seeing a revival of the belief of God, and it's slow, but we're seeing that, and people are trying to put themselves first in terms of their health and their fitness, and people are going to take more pride, and I think today's generation, some of them, you can call it the Andrew Tate effect, you can call it the effect of these new sort of conservatives on the scene. It has an effect. People are doing, there are younger people that are looking at this and thinking, you know what, they've got a point. So I don't think the story of the white man or the white European history is over yet, but it's certainly there is in the throes of perhaps a revival, but a very slow revival.
Mhm. Yes, and I think if we kind of make the point, I think the quickest way to do this is to tell a story, and I think since we're so agreed on many things, I wonder what you think of the idea of calling out the culprit that is idolatry, in that even if you don't believe in God, the harm of idolatry is that you deprive yourself of being rightly guided by the Quran. And there'll be people who say, oh, but we don't believe in Allah. And my answer would be that it doesn't matter who wrote the Quran and whether or not God exists. It is still the best available guide to humanity, whether or not you believe in God and whether or not you know, whether or not God wrote it.
I 100% agree with you. I am against idolatry completely. I am 100% against it. And people think idol worship is just worshipping random statues. And yes, it is, but it's much more than that. It's worshipping oneself. It's worshipping another human being. It's the idea of consumerism. There's a lot more to it. That they're all forms of idolatry,
Hidden idolatry.
hidden idolatry, and that's what it is. And I'm against it completely and 100%. I think that we really need is. I think people are brainwashed by idolatry, and then perhaps people need to think for themselves. But I also would say that I would completely ban it. I'd ban any sort of temptation towards idolatry. I mean, it's
Yeah.
really sad. Sorry.
Well, I suppose, one of the reasons why I do want to talk about it is because, a lot of people are going to accuse me of wanting to, close down places of religious worship. I mean, I do take a strong position on idolatry towards Christians because I think they are the worst, but I think they're worse than Hindus in that, you can say the Hindus, well, they hadn't heard of, Judaism or the Abrahamic God, and they were just innocently worshipping their own idols. But what Christianity actually worships someone that according to the Christian narrative was executed for blasphemy. Now, I mean, isn't that odd? I mean, because the idea, well, the Christian narrative was that Jesus was executed, was killed by Jews because he said his papa was God. And, if you ask a Jew, I mean, they would say, well, it is blasphemy, isn't it? To say that your father is God and he's not. And this is where the narrative of Islam is so useful because Islam says, the Quran says, Jesus didn't die on the cross. He only appeared to do so.
100% agree with you, Claire. I will touch on the Hindus slightly in terms of, and then I'll comment on Christianity. In terms of Hinduism, I don't think even you can talk about them being innocent people. I think ignorance is only too far. They have been ruled by Muslims and Christians, and so they're fully aware of what they're doing of idol worship is wrong, but they refuse to do or change their ways or err their ways. They have been told, even in their own scriptures, that idolatry is wrong. So
Does it? I didn't know that said it.
yes, they were told never to create statues and worship it, but they do that. I don't know why. They go against their own books and teachings. Now,
Could you give me the link to that? I
of
would be
course,
really grateful for that
even
when you have a
of
moment.
course I will do. Of course, I will do. In terms of Christianity, you are 100% correct. One of the problems that I have with the Trinity concept is it is blasphemous. It is a form of idolatry. You cannot worship the Son and say is equal to the Father and equal to the Holy Spirit. We do not know who or what the Holy Spirit is. There is speculation amongst, especially Islamic scholars, that this may refer to the Archangel Gabriel. But even the Archangel Gabriel is not a god, he is a creation. In terms of Jesus, it's the idea of human sacrifice that it doesn't make sense to me that you're sacrificing a human being to God to then say to pardon all Christians, all sins as Christians. It doesn't make sense. The logic isn't flowing. You then, the argument is that God then became flesh in order to understand us as human beings. So he came on earth. That doesn't make sense to me because he's our creator. He created us. Why doesn't our creator understand us? The arguments, the obstacles that they throw, it's just, it doesn't make, none of it makes sense. So yes, I'm even against idolatry, and I would even say even in the church it should be banned, completely banned. We should recognize Jesus as a prophet, the son of Mother Mary, and as the Messiah. He has come that is his first task, as per the New Testament, actually, when he says he came to reaffirm the laws or fulfill the laws. He came to reaffirm the laws of Moses to the children of Israel, which is what he was doing. When he comes in his second time, he's there to reaffirm the laws of Prophet Muhammad. He's there as a spiritual leader, not a political leader, a spiritual leader. And that's what we need to recognize him as. That doesn't mean that he's a very important prophet. Don't get me wrong. He's a very loved prophet in Islam. And so, yes, I would wholly agree with you, wholeheartedly agree with you, Claire. I just saw a comment, and I
It's
didn't know
very
that you
hard
could
to.
comments on here. So,
Oh yes, yes. I mean, StreamYard. It's sort of very useful, and I like it because you get, it's more interactive, and people can post their rude comments, and and be read. They have more fun because of the chat on YouTube. But you see, I think in a way, Christianity is a way of, okay, my little theory is that God has a sense of humor and plays tricks on idolaters.
yeah,
And he's saying, here you are, you do your worst. It's not me that the prohibition against idolatry and blasphemy is not for my protection, but for your own.
yeah.
Because if you don't observe these prohibitions, you will lead yourselves astray. Look at what Christianity has done to you. Why are you pretending to worship this nonsense? And they don't. I've tried with them so many times. It's like, well, the Ten Commandments. I'd go to the Christians, and it's like, it does forbid idolatry and blasphemy, doesn't it? And in the end, it's like, we don't care if we worship an executed blasphemer because, well, you can't stop us. We won't. I mean, basically, that's it. It's not that they fear God, which is the beginning of wisdom, according to the book of Isaiah. They're
I
just pretending to worship the Trinity, to claim to be Christian.
they are. It's funny thing is that you're using their own Bible, and you're telling them what they're doing is wrong from their own source. It's not from the Quran or from the Islamic source. From their own source, what they're doing is wrong. And then they will always say, and I always found it where they say that they reject the Old Testament completely and they only follow the New Testament. And so then I question, but why do you have the Old Testament and what's the purpose of it? And there's to have a understanding of what they call themselves New Testament Christians, where they completely reject the Old Testament and accept the new one. And they say, and I asked them, but what, let's look at what he says in the New Testament. What new laws has been provided in the New Testament? And I haven't seen any new laws. I don't know
Well,
about you.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense out of the New Testament. If the distillation of Christian wisdom is the Sermon on the Mount, it makes no sense. I mean, I don't know if you read it in the book of Matthew, but you can't base any laws on that. And it would appear that Jesus also muddied the waters. Like, are we supposed to be okay with adulterers or not? Because he says two contradictory things. I mean, first, well, I mean, he says divorce is worse than adultery, and then he says, um, looking at another woman with lustful eyes is the equivalent of adultery. And then a woman was about to be stoned, and he said, let her go. So what are we supposed to think? We don't know. It's only the Quran that has a consistent view on it.
100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And it's just, it's very much mind-boggling. I mean, I find it's a lot of even in Paul himself contradicts himself quite a few times, and you don't have a consistent, clear view and narrative, and that's the problem that I have, especially amongst Christians who only adhere to the New Testament. I mean, never mind the Old.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they had to culturally appropriate the Old Testament because they, otherwise they have nothing. All without the Old Testament, their only story is there was this guy called Jesus, and he died after being executed for blasphemy. That's it. But
That's
but but if you look at the total construction of Christianity, they can't do without Judaism, because without Judaism there would be no Jews. Without any Jews, there would be no Jesus for Christians to worship. So the entire narrative of Christianity depends on the existence of Jews.
I mean, you could certainly put it from that way. I certainly put it in that perspective, and I totally agree with you, Claire. That even just from looking at it from a biblical perspective, the entire existence of Christianity is based on Jews, and on the Old Testament is needed there because that's the thing. It literally is. If you take the Old New Testament on its own, it's not a big impactful event. It's just, well, okay, and that's just the New Testament, and that's why I think the Quran is very, very much different. It actually it tells the story in complete detail, and it gives a clear, concise line. It says that this is how the message of Jesus was conveyed to the people. This is where he belongs. He comes from Mother Mary. This is the lineage of Mother Mary.
Which Islam accepts a virgin birth, doesn't it?
The virgin birth, not the one that we get told in the Christmas plays, in the Christmas nativity plays at school, but yes, it does accept a virgin birth.
Which is being quite polite compared to the Jews who say that, um, Mary had an affair with a
Oh,
Roman soldier. The Jews are very rude about
they
Jesus
are
and Mary.
very, very rude, and it's not just Jesus. I was talking to a few Jews on Spaces, and they're even rude about King David and Solomon and even Prophet Moses, and I was so shocked. I've always heard that they were rude about that, but I just never thought I could see it in person. But
Maybe they're not religious Jews.
they were not, and they even defined as Jews or Judaism as being the wrestler of God. And I was like, but you're not God, and you're not equal to God. You cannot wrestle with God. We're there
I
to,
think of it as sort of wrestling with the interpretation of God's laws. That's how
yeah.
you can make it sound okay, I guess.
That's how they do it. These are God's laws, and you're just wrestling with it. Like, you're not there to wrestle with God's laws. You're not there to wrestle God. You're not a special sort of creation. You're just as human being as you and I, Claire. Like, they're just as they're there to. We are all here on earth as human beings to submit ourselves to God, to serve God. That's what we are there for. We've got to abide by the laws, abide by the rules. We're not there to wrestle at all, and it's it's quite a shame that that's what I find with a lot of with the Christianity is that they too have gone into the same little pothole of wrestling with God's laws and God's words, and their excuse of wrestling is, well, we have the New Testament, and the New Testament is we don't know who the authors are particularly. I mean, some of them came way, way, way after Jesus has died. It's not even, we don't know if it's some of the words have changed over the years. There's many different versions of the Bible. So which, there is no, that is the problem with Christianity, that it has these deep, deep flaws that need.
Contradictions and holes of knowledge. Have you heard of the Jefferson Bible and the Jefferson Quran?
Um, is it talking about is it Thomas Jefferson?
Thomas Jefferson, yes.
Yes, I've heard that he did translate the Quran when he went to America, but I did not know about I mean, I've heard about the Jefferson Bible, but I don't know about it in great detail.
So basically, I mean, it's still it's the White House Quran. The White House Quran is the Jefferson Quran, whom Jefferson bought in 1765 when he was a law student, and apparently there are that he writes in the margin, so it's a way of showing that he did read it, and I'm saying he probably got the First Amendment from the Quran. Chapter 2, verse 256. I mean, I can't prove it, but anyway, I'm saying that the Quran is the most liberal document, scripture from God, because it doesn't require blasphemers to be executed like the Torah. But on the question of on the subject of the Jefferson Bible, I mean, it was basically Jefferson cutting out all the bits that wasn't directly to do with Jesus, and he basically cut out all the Pauline epistles because Paul never met Jesus. He only had a vision of Jesus on his way to Damascus, which was called the Damascene conversion. But so basically, I think about maybe 7 or 8 books of the New Testament that were written by him. Epistles to the Corinthians, the Romans, the Galatians, and all those people. So that they're by him. So basically, Jefferson just included the bits in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I believe, that reported the speech of Jesus. When he said this or whatever, and it would be the Jefferson Bible would be akin to the red letter Bible, which is basically the bits in the New Testament in red, highlighting the actual words of Jesus. And sorry.
So I was just saying, now that you've touched upon it, I have actually heard of the Jefferson Bible, and in itself at the time was very controversial for editing a lot of the, again, editing Paul out, editing James out. So yes, you are right, and it was, I guess you're right about the First Amendment being based what you believe on the Quran. So I just wanted to say that I 100% agree with you there, Claire.
Right. I mean, the thing is, it's so important, and a lot of the American history has been hidden from Americans because obviously Jefferson had a problem with the New Testament, and history will show that he wasn't a Trinitarian, and quite a few of the founding fathers were not Trinitarians. They rejected the Trinity. So, obviously they had a problem with their ancestors being forced to believe in the Trinity or else be burned at the stake. And I guess they must have thought, being in America, they've decided they're not going to, do that sort of thing anymore. And that, apart from the other economic reasons for the American Revolution, was why the Americans had their revolution, because they wanted to reject monarchy, which used Christianity to support it, and they saw that you can't have one without the other, and if you made Christianity the official religion in America, somehow or other monarchy would creep back, and the founding fathers didn't want that, and I think all these revolutions were kind of were the Europeans saying we reject monarchy because it's been so terrible and we suffered so much tyranny, and the Russians really made that point by exterminating the entire royal family in the revolution of 1917. And I think what people don't understand is Christianity has been used to support monarchy, and now Christendom is extinct. Because although there are a few, Christian kingdoms left, the people don't really believe in it, and Britain is the biggest Christian kingdom of all. But
I do agree with you there. And again, and I say this to the viewers as well, like, okay, you can take the monarchy element out of it, but if we look at this in sort of cultural perspectives of 2024, the fact that I highlighted much earlier on in our discussion of popular musicians such as Little Nas mocking Christianity openly and mocking the crucifix openly, and the fact that no Christian has ever condemned it or against it. And I always find it, every single Christian finds it impossible to say, well, what if about Islam? As if they want them to mock Islam equally. Can they not defend their religion without mentioning Islam? They can. So even that in itself, even on a cultural level, shows that Christendom has failed now. That it has failed, and you're right, not just politically and religiously, but even on a cultural level. And that in itself, which touches the ordinary man or woman on the street, is quite profound.
yes,
I
they
have
can't defend it, and
they,
it must be so destroying not to be able to defend it. But it's like, okay, it's just the ordinary person in the street. What about the Pope? What about the Archbishop of Canterbury? And they can't defend it either, because the only way they can defend it was to burn heretics at the stake, to shut them up. That was how it worked when it was working properly. The only way they can defend the Trinity is to shut them up by threatening or actually executing them.
exactly, and this is the difference with Christianity and Islam is, and I know there's a cliched image of trying to behead people for insulting Islam, and I'm not going to even touch upon that. But even during my own thing is, when we actually engage in the discourse with people and we tell them and we explain why XYZ that was said was offensive, or why XYZ is inappropriate, or why XYZ is completely wrong, and we stand by it and we stand on it with strength, we stand on it. We stand on our own 2 feet, and we will not move or budge. Whereas Christians seem to go backwards and try and cater their haters. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
Because they sense their own weakness. And I've been attacking the Trinity for quite a few years, and the best argument they can come up with is it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if he is indeed God. And then they run out of the room before you can ask the logical next question. How is Jesus God?
Exactly. I still am stumped by this question. I mean, they have never asked. I've gone in many debates with Christians, and I know in recent years, in recent months, I've not, because again, I talked about this unity thing that I'm doing, but even amongst them that can they explain to me how Jesus is God? And they'll put,
I'm sorry, you're roboting a bit, Dariya.
apology.
I didn't hear what you said anyway.
So I was saying that
You're
can you
still
hear me now?
roboting.
Sorry, Claire.
Oh, yes, better. Yes, thank you. But now, you don't seem to be saying anything now.
Claire, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay.
now.
Okay, thank you. So I was just saying, touching upon when you said, how is Jesus God? And yes, they do run out the room. And when you do manage to catch up to them, they will say, well, in the Bible, it talks about God being man in flesh. And again, I asked, asked them to explain it, and they'd be, why does God need to be in flesh? And they cannot explain it. They cannot explain it at all.
And the Quran is so important in this because it has it has the narrative that will expose their hypocrisy. Because if you love Jesus, as Christians claim to do, they should be happy. They should be happy that to learn that Jesus didn't die horribly on the cross, shouldn't they?
Oh, of course.
But they're
But
not.
challenges
They
the
actually want him to die for their sins.
whole
That
challenges
is
the
their
whole narrative.
hypocrisy.
Oh, sorry. It challenges their whole narrative, and not just challenges them. It challenges the fundamentals of Christianity. The idea that Jesus died on the cross for your sins. Because when you actually ask them and say, well, so if Jesus died for our sins, could I go around and commit a horrific crime? And would I be forgiven for simply being Christian? And they can't answer that. They can't say, well, would I be saved or would I not? And they simply cannot answer it. And yeah, I mean, for the prophet that you profess to love and care deeply about, you want that prophet to die or to have died. It's
When
quite,
it's not even necessary because Islam offers you the option of
yes,
redemption. And,
ex-
and, and they, they're just saying they would rather die than, convert to Islam. It's like, okay, you don't have to convert to Islam. You can still be Christian if you want, but you just have to obey the laws, follow the Quranic principles of governance. What would that be their problem about that? And they can't explain. It's like, all the things that they're concerned about have been addressed. If they think that their places of worship are going to be closed down, well, that's not going to happen because of the protection of the people of the book that the
100%.
Quran confers on
And
Jews and
they, and, they,
Christians.
and they always throw up the old argument of the jizya. Now, we pay taxes in any country you go, you pay taxes. A jizya is a tax. But even then, I'm going to tell you what the jizya does. Sorry, can you hear me, Claire?
Yes, yes, I
So,
can.
sorry. So the jizya was, that even Christian pastors, nuns, whoever, were exempt from paying the jizya. Not just that, the jizya is on your additional wealth. So not even on your main source of wealth or your main income, but on additional sources of income, additional sources of wealth. And even then, it's capped at what? It's cumulative and it's only capped at 2.5%. You're not paying 45% taxes. You're not paying 50% taxes as you are today in 2024 in many European countries. You're paying 2.5%, literally 2.5%. So, and all in all, it means that your average Christian is not really paying any taxes at all. Their wealth and their income that they earn is there for their own. They're
It
not.
sounds like the zakat to me.
It
Isn't 0.5% zakat?
Zakat is 2.5% as well. Zakat is basically for Muslims, and you can call it a Muslim tax maybe, but it's for us to donate to charity. And it's
So if it's a non-Muslim, you're going to call it jizya, but if it's a
yes,
Muslim, you're going to call. Oh, okay, that's quite clever.
much more it's much more onerous on Muslims in the sense that we're obliged to pay the zakat regardless of how much we have in our accounts or in our money. And it's not even just on additional sources of wealth, it's on even our primary sources of wealth. And we don't even have an objection to it. As a Muslim, we willingly pay to charity. I willingly pay to charity as a donation. So whereas the jizya, you have, I guess, exemptions. In zakat, you don't really have as many. So it doesn't mean that Muslims are favoured in or favoured anymore. In fact, the reason why a Muslim is really because of how logical and how logical it is, and how it makes much more sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no financial gain, essentially, what I'm trying to hint at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think it's fair enough anyway. I mean, I see it as a conditional tribute because if you are if you lost a war to a conquering army, you know they're going to come and take your stuff anyway, and it's called a tribute. You're under my empire now. You have to pay tribute, and a conditional tribute, which is what I see the jizya is, as it means that you can pay if you want to have your own religion, you pay the tribute, and if you want to avoid it, then you can convert to Islam.
Correct.
And
Even if they went to
that's fair
convert
enough too.
it to Islam, they again the zakat is, again, like I said, don't have as many exemptions as the jizya does. And even then, and this is something that I really want to highlight, is when, for example, when during Islamic rule of Spain or the Iberian Peninsula, there were many Jews that had lived in the Iberian Peninsula. They paid the jizya for protection from them, so they would ask the Muslim armies to protect them. And during the Reconquista of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously the Muslim armies had the Muslims kind of fell, and some of them went straight down to North Africa, and they returned the jizya money to the Jews and said, "I'm sorry, we failed. We could not protect you. Here's your money back." So even
Wow.
I want to highlight that it is not even as an onerous thing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's fair enough. I see the Quran as a book of bargains that seem quite good bargains to me. I think the reason why, the Islam took over the Middle East so quickly was because, in a way, it was so obvious. Like, if country A, which is Muslim, conquers country B and says, you either pay us a tribute and keep your religion, or you convert to Islam, and we, country A and country B, can go and attack country C. And they probably think, okay, we obviously something's wrong with our God and government if we lost the battle to you. Let's go and attack country B, C together. And this was a kind of domino effect that allowed the Middle East to be conquered so quickly because it was such a good bargain.
I think that, but no, I think what it was is we have to recognize that when Islam grew, and this is a very good example, when it came to Egypt, it took 1,000 years for the population to accept Islam. 1,000 years. So it was no quick fix. It was not. It didn't. A lot of them didn't convert, but a lot of them didn't convert at all. It took 1,000 years, and it was because, and I think really it was because of scholars, of people that preached the message and taught to people, and it gave and people a new, fresh outlook, a new way of life, and they saw the conduct of Muslim traders and of Muslim rulers, and they were like, well, they're just as humble as we are. They're in tune with the common man on the street. Our wealth has increased. We live a very good life, and so they embraced it freely. I certainly know when it came to the area of northern India, a lot. We have to remember, before then there was a lot of pagans, and a lot of them lived a horrible life, a horrible
Mm.
life. And when
Mhm.
Islam came over, it liberated them. It gave them a sense of humanity, a sense of stature, a sense of dignity. And that's what Islam did. It actually freed the working man and the working woman who were oppressed under a paganistic caste system. And that's,
Mm.
for most, when it went expanded eastwards towards Asia, towards its west, it certainly brought huge reformation, and it brought and it brought a lot of, huge reformation, where people felt that this was an amazing religion. This was something new that transformed their lives.
Oh, so the Egyptians were Christian before they became Muslim. Is
So
that right?
Some of a lot of the Christianity was quite obviously I suppose what do you say default? Well, it probably would argue there was a majority Christian population. There
Mhm.
was that was clearly believed in ancient Egypt, paganism, etc. But it was a lot of Orthodox Christians.
Coptic Christian.
Orthodox Christianity was quite huge there.
Mhm.
And when Islam came over, they didn't say, "Oh, Christians go away," or it took 1,000 years for the population of Muslims or for the population to accept Islam. 1,000.
Mhm.
So it was never enforced. It was never forced by the sword, as people like to speculate. It never
Mhm.
was.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Ah, okay. Yes. Gosh, I think we've covered so many points, and I just wanted to say I feel it is necessary to keep chasing the Christians about the Trinity because I think it's um A, it's an open goal. B, the point needs to be made, and and that's why I might have a reputation for being a bit unkind about the Trinity, but I think it's necessary because to make the point about idolatry, that it's a trap because you're just saying, oh, I refuse
Yeah,
because you can't make me, I don't want to, and I don't like it.
oh, it is. It is very much a trap. But I always say to people, and I always say this to anyone, is that you cannot force them to, they'll find it in their own time and in their own path. And it's when they start doing their research and trying to challenge themselves that's when they realize that Islam is correct. Islam is the one true faith to that is still standing there and is asking, and it might take a while. It might take maybe 10 years, 20 years, it might take 10 minutes, but
Well,
it's
well, the
there.
thing is, I don't think it'll take that long because you were saying earlier about how Allah is more effective than
Apologies.
Santa in getting children to behave, and I'm saying, okay, under you may call it Sharia or a secular Quranist, one-party theocracy. The schools will be promoting what is mainstream, which is the idea of the one God, and parents, whether they believe in God or not, will find themselves using God to frighten their children, and so I'm saying because of this practice that I think many parents will adopt, belief will be general after 2 or 3 generations
I mean,
because they'll be getting it from childhood, getting it from school and culture, and by that time it'll be done after 2 or 3 generations.
that's a very interesting thing to say. I mean, certainly, but it's not going to be without its own battles. I mean, you have to, and there's going to be a lot of parents that are going to be, not happy bunnies. Which is why I was saying, maybe it will take time, it will take generations, but these things do take time. But you're right, if we're going to go the quicker way, maybe, it has to be taught at schools. But I mean, again, how would that go down well with the public and society is a big question.
Well, the thing is, you don't even have to go on about Tawhid or anything like that, because it's like there's only one God and he was a creator because there's a creation. There was a creation because we're here. I mean, it's hard to argue
You, you
against
are
that.
you are right. I mean, I certainly agree. And I'm thinking, well, okay, there's going to be a lot of parents, and we're talking about here in the 2020, a lot of parents grown up in the West who have lived in a secular atheist household, and they are of the view that they don't want this kind of concept taught to their kids. Now, how do you go about that? How do you go about kind
Challenging the narrative because okay, parents might say, "Oh, don't believe the rubbish you learn at school. It's all government indoctrination." The real story is me telling you, my version of God or whatever, and it's like we already know, Jews and Muslims, it's like, the mainstream culture, TV, social media, schools, universities, etc. They have they have a much louder voice than our parental voices, and so we're going to be ignored. And also, there's also the narrative difficulty of creating a story that is believable. You don't even actually have to make much of a story. It's like, well, we are here because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator. And Jews and Muslims believe this creator is the Abrahamic God. And there's only one Abrahamic God. And it's like, how are you going to undermine this narrative? I mean, a lot of these pagans get very angry with me because they know they can't. Are they going to make up some other story like, I don't know, the Titans and the Olympians of the, Greek pantheon of deities? Or are they going to use the, Osiris and Isis from the Egyptian pantheon, or Odin and Thor from the Viking pantheon? It's like, well, there are difficulties.
I mean, that's a very interesting point that you make, and it's something that now you've actually, because I've always thought about how do you change a person's view, because you need a common voluntary agreement. But at some point, people are going to, regardless of whether they're for or against it, when you challenge them, and you challenge their parents to think for themselves, they're flummoxed. And so maybe you are right. Maybe we do need to teach these two kids at school, and perhaps within a generation, maybe 2 or 3 generations, we can see a much better. Okay, we live in Britain, but a much better country, a much better state, and we can actually progress from there as a society.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And the thing is, on the question of marriage, I really think immigrants fresh off the boat and ethno-nationalists who resent immigrants have an interest in supporting the practice of marriage. I mean, surely if they can agree on anything, they should be able to agree on that. I think immigrants have a fear of being absorbed into the culture that they have immigrated into, and so their solution is to marry early and have children, and to continue their their people, the continuity of whatever culture they came from whatever country. And a lot of these nationalists who complain about immigration, that's what they have to do too. So I don't see why we can't all just say, well, for our group to remain in existence, we have to practice marriage. Because if we have children without marriage, our children are going to be degenerate. They're going to be mentally ill, drug addicted, underachievers, because they only have one parent, and it's going to be difficult for mom to, although they are, exceptional. Mothers who can be, it's like for most people, it's more than they can deal with. And therefore, the ideal should be, two married parents, living together in a loving relationship, if you can manage that.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I mean, one of the reasons why we are in decline, and one of the is because of the loss of the nuclear family concept, the loss of the extended family concept. I mean, that's why we see such wayward behaviour and such a decline. And you're right, completely. We need to bring that back. And yes, it. I know people talk very much against immigration, and we can touch that topic much later if we are going to touch that. But on this issue alone, you'd expect a coming together, and certainly a coming together over that. I mean, it's something that I have actually even talked on spaces completely, is that we need the role for the mom, the role for the dad, and they're all within
Bring up well-adjusted children who will be productive members of society, who will in turn marry and have children.
Correct. One of the reasons why we are seeing such violent crime, especially amongst the youth, is because of single parent households. Now, I'm not here to criticize single mothers or single fathers, of course not. But the statistics are there. We are literally, and one of the reasons why is we've got a huge, we talk about a housing crisis. There are many apartments, many homes, single bed. And then you got to think about that. So now you've got kids with two homes, two homes or more homes, and there's not enough homes for people because the dynamic of the family has changed. And not just that's talking about the housing crisis, but even then as well, that single parent has to go out work. So no one's taking care of these kids. So who's going to take care of these children? The state. And the state has done a horrible job.
Mm-hmm.
A horrible job. But it's educationally, where now we've got 18-year-olds who are unable to read, write, or do basic numeracy because the statistics are there. Numeracy levels and literacy levels have fallen in this country. The state has done a horrific job.
And I'm afraid I really have to call out the hypocrisy of men who call themselves nationalists. They don't even want to marry a woman of their own race, even if one could be found to marry them. They're basically saying, we hate women, women are sluts, we don't want to marry, and we hope they die childless spinsters because we hate our women so much.
I agree. I agree. And it's very, very sad. And I don't wish this to be discriminatory to anyone, but it's very sad that you see these same sort of men that are traveling to Thailand.
For their sex tourism.
Sex tourists, that's what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I did do a tweet, and I did do a tweet. It's that places like Thailand, Vietnam, the Philippines are basically Jeffrey Epstein's islands for poor people, for poor, balding, fat white men. It's a joke, but there's some humor, there's some truth to the humor. It's true. A lot of them refuse to marry women of their own race at all, because I don't know why. I mean, it's
Well, I suppose they consider them feminist harridans. It's like, okay, you don't like the behavior and attitude of a woman, fix it. You're a man, aren't you? And I think they don't even want to do that because by questioning feminism, they will lose sexual access to women. So they'll just pretend to agree with feminists, pump and dump women, and move on to the next one without calling out feminism.
correct. Without calling out, in fact, men endorse feminism. In fact, the biggest endorsers of feminism are men, because again, it's I've gone on spaces where I've seen, and I'm going to quote unquote this, cuckold men. Literally, you could kick them in the balls and they'd be thanking you because they'll say men are all evil and all bad. And then you explore these men more so and you think, are they genuine or not? It's because they want to sleep. They want to go around sleeping around with random women. And they think that by saying, being the yes man or nodding their head, that somehow they will be able to achieve their goal. They aren't interested in feminism. They aren't interested in women's rights, etc. Women going through their hormones, etc. They're just interested in one thing and one thing only, but don't know how to go about it. So they're willing.
And feminism cheapens the price of sex. It lowers the price of sex. That's the only thing it has to offer for men.
Feminism has destroyed women. Feminism has destroyed men. Feminism has destroyed society. Feminism has destroyed women because it's made them loose. It's made them manly. It's made them go against their own feminine nature, as mothers, as carers, as women who are generally meant to there to be the supportive role of their husbands. It's made them go against it, and it's made men again pump and dump, men pump and dump all the time, and it's completely destroyed it, completely, and it's made neither party satisfied. It's cheapened sex. It's destroyed the constitution, the institution of marriage. It's caused more damage now. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we're reading articles of brothers and sisters who don't know about each other getting into relationships with each other. I mean, it's highly
dysgenic. But the truth of feminism is that it's dysgenic. You don't know your lineage. There's IVF. You don't know who might be related to you. And meet them and have sex with them, but but it might be the same. You might have the same father or something.
Yes, I mean, we've come to the stage where I'm reading articles where brothers and sisters dated each other for 5 years and they've got the same dad, and they had no idea, or they had no idea. It's that disturbing, and rather than being a stigma attached to it, and people are now, and this is why this has gone such a decline in society, I have to say. I've seen people try and advocate a reform on incest laws because incest is banned. So they want to reform it and legalize it. It is highly disgusting, highly disturbing, and
they're getting stupider and weaker and more
stupid,
evil.
and it's evil. It's genuinely evil. It's problematic, and it's so bad. I genuinely think to myself, how low can we go? Is there any hope of rescuing ourselves from this lunacy?
We can only say that Christianity has failed, and and you are a white supremacist if you think white people don't need a religion. Because who are these white supremacists anyway? They're saying, "Oh, well, we're white and cool, and we don't have a religion, but we don't need them. But we'll always be complaining about Jews and Muslims and other races." It doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense, and I have to say that honestly, white people are the authors of their own destruction. And I'm not saying this is. I'm saying this as a non-white, as a Muslim. I'm saying the moment they completely rejected God. They created a lawless society. They've created such havoc, such horrors, such turmoil, that they literally are destroying themselves. And rather than say, how about stop punching yourself? How about let's,
Stop banging your head against the wall.
come to common sense. They're adamant.
They're saying we would rather die than worship the Jewish or Muslim God because they're not European, apparently.
It's really it's sad. It's really sad, and I always say, Dr. Rami, even though he holds humorous spaces, has a lot of truth to what he says. That, you're the authors of your own destruction. And you have to accept that. That's what he says to them. As much as he does it in a comical way, he does the way there's truth to it.
Yes.
But I mean, Claire, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Well, of course I can hear you.
Yes. I am all ears.
Yes, you were silent for a moment, and I was just there. So I mean, I just wanted to again, because this is I wanted to say. I mean, you've been on Twitter Spaces, and this is when we met. But I mean, again, what's been your experiences so far?
You're roboting a bit. You're asking me a question, but I can't. I haven't heard it properly. I'm afraid you are roboting, and I can't. I didn't hear your question.
Apologies, Claire. So I was just saying that we've both been on Twitter Spaces for a while, and we've been on there for quite a while. So I wanted to know what your experiences have been so far, and
well, actually, quite. I've met you, and I find Twitter a more conservative friendly place, and I've met very interesting, educated people who are and a higher caliber people than YouTube, I have to say. So
I
I'm really happy with that.
I agree with you. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's a high caliber of people that are from all walks of life, that have come on there, and you never know if you're talking to someone. I mean, who's a lawyer or a doctor, a medical doctor, or someone that's who is I guess who are very much established. And, you could be talking to a plumber. There's all sorts of people from all sorts of work life, from all sorts of experiences, just sharing and commenting. And you form a different community, and you talk about each other.
Yeah, so we have a lot to be grateful to Elon Musk for, who is keen on space exploration. And I was thinking that he might be interested in Islam, or the secular Koranism, because if humanity is to explore space, we can't be degenerate.
We can't be degenerate, and it's very. Elon Musk has done an amazing job with the since he's taken X, and again, it's not without its controversies. It being perfect, every single human being as it was. There's things you could improve on, etc. But the idea, in the essence, he has promoted is free speech, and that in itself is such a huge component that it's actually helped people have a voice to raise their concerns and not feel alone. And it's not been an echo chamber either. I want to make that. We don't. One of the things is we don't like is echo chambers. We challenge each other. We completely invite people with opposing views, people who endorse this sort of lifestyle, who endorse this very liberal woke view. We actually come on. We're very respectful. We encourage them to, so we can engage in dialogue and understand our differences and how we can go about it. And
We can analyze and solve problems without being called names or having accounts deleted. And he gives us a space to talk to each other. And,
I
I
mean,
think it's very precious. I mean, that's why Trump was deplatformed from Twitter, because it's such a powerful platform.
it's true. Once you get people talking to each other, people realize they don't have differences.
You're roboting.
Oh, sorry. Once people realize that they have similar values and differences is not major, they can, they're able to, come together and build a bridge, and that's the main thing. I mean, who knew that people like Nick Griffin could come on a space full of people that are black people, that are brown people, that are non-white, and he's willing to listen.
Who were actually eager to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, we were eager to hear what he had to say. Now we know that he's someone who's very pro-white, who wants the UK to return to its to being white again, and he's very much. And but we got that, we understand that, that's fine. That's, everyone has their own views. That's fine. But once you take the time to take away the big loud noise and you listen to one another, that's when you start, making something. That's when you start saying, okay, let's talk to each other. Let's not fight with each other or make this big noise or try and like avoid each other. Let's confront the issue head on. And he was very courteous, very polite on their space. He knew he was in a room full of Asians, some second generation, third generation Africans and Asians that lived in this country who had very much wanted to ask him questions. And they were courteous too, they were respectful, and it was vice versa. And he enjoyed it. And everyone else on that space enjoyed it. It was not, an that would never take place on, say, the BBC or ITV or Sky News at all.
No.
They want
And then you
people
went
to
on
work.
to Five Pillars for a 2-hour interview with Dilly Hussein, right? Did you see that?
Yes, I come across some of the clippings, and again, it's when you start bridging, building those bridges that you realise that, okay, I understand where he's coming from, and I understand where he's coming from, and let's do it. You don't need this sort of big palaver, this sort of big noise associated with it, and that goes with anyone, even on spaces, even during the more controversial areas. For example, this Israeli and Palestinian war, we've had people from the Israeli side and the Palestinian side talk to one another. And yes, they have their differences, but you can hear both sides. And there is not any of this huge palaver, and it's not such a this gaslighting that you get from mainstream media. You got two people who are very much well established, who are credible, who are talking and engaging with one another. And that's the difference with Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces to me have become the alternative. In fact, it's become the actual only source of news for me around the world, because you will never see anything like that on the BBC, Sky, ITV, CNN, DW, France 24. You will never see this in Western media because they're not interested in that. They want people to be against each other, and they will sensationalize things where it doesn't need to be sensationalized. You need an engagement where it is civil, and that's important, and that's how you change things, and that's what Elon Musk has done with his platform, and it's been an amazing tool.
Yes. And I think if each person who agrees with our message could just give a gist of it to somebody else, either online or in real life, the the liberal narrative could be overturned legally and peacefully. And I don't think what we're saying is hard to understand for ordinary people. Do you think, Daria?
No, of course not. Of course not. It doesn't. It's not. Sorry, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. So, of course not. It's not hard for people to understand. I think what it is it challenges people, and people do not like to be challenged from the comfort of their own little box.
But I think even the most rabid nationalists will have to admit that, Christianity and liberalism have failed. I mean, I guess they want to become Nazis or something, but, it's like, oh, well, that's also failed. If they want to become communists, that's also failed. But there's only one thing, you can try, really, if you're being, realistic but cautious. And it's not Hinduism, it's not Buddhism, and it's
It is
not Judaism.
It is Islam, and Islam provides the answers. It provides a good sort of balance in the world. It's not neither here nor there. For example, I had we were talking about economics, and I was having this debate, and I was saying, well, Islam actually balances socialism and capitalism between the two. It encourages small states, and in terms of there is no over regulation and overburdening and excess of red tape. It encourages an innovation, doesn't impose taxes. It actually assists and wants a more of I guess a capitalist model where your money's your own money kind of thing. But on top of that, there is a social element to this. So it encourages, whilst you make your money, it's not highly individualistic. You have to assess the needs of the community. You're part of a community, that collectivism. So it balances the two, where you've got your own individual liberty, but you also have the collective responsibility too. And that's what we need to embrace and do more of.
Yes, it addresses the spiritual and material needs of individuals and societies.
Correct. We all are we are individual. We don't like we don't want the state to be too much, but we recognize that we are part of that state as well. So that's what Islam addresses, and it has been an amazing thing. I hope that more and more people look into it and research about it and embrace it.
Well, it's the only solution.
It is the only
For these
solution.
people, I mean, what else are they going to, and also that their continuing rejection means that they put off the cure to their disease.
Correct.
And they're only hurting themselves and their children, grandchildren, and descendants. By letting, a lot of them think, oh, we'll just wait for everything to break down and rebuild. It's like, well, if you have children or grandchildren, you don't want to live them, you don't want them to live in a, Mad Max world before you rebuild your civilization.
I mean, people talk about this idea of a collapse, and I'm like, and they fully endorse this collapse, and I'm like, are we serious that we're talking of this? Yeah, again, a Mad Max world. I mean, how or what was going to be different in this rebuilding? It doesn't answer the fundamentals. You're creating basically a circular, or this big circle of going around in circles. The answer is not having a societal breakdown or a hardship. The answer is, well, let's try and see this things of Islam that we've got here. Let's see if we can use it to resolve our issues. And that's how
that fixes all together, because I mean the thing about the Quran is that it acknowledges the existence of tribes and nations. So in a way, it allows you to be your tribe, but obviously you'll have to fix your culture to be Islamic, and also whatever national it's not that bad. I don't know why people go on about it.
And it says this reason. You're very right about it. God created us as nations and tribes so that we may learn from each other, understand from one another. That's what it is. It recognized that. So not because it says one race is better, one group is better than it, so that we may learn from each other, that we gain knowledge from each other. It recognized that, and there's nothing wrong with saying, what, this community or this particular area or this particular country belongs to XYZ people, but we can still trade and have good relations, and we can answer much of our society's problems with Islam, and see what we can do to improve it.
Yes, with an advanced legal system, which the West still has,
Yes.
It's actually quite easy to implement.
Correct.
And I hope more lawyers will talk about it, because I guess they would be the movers and shakers of this idea if they're going to, if it's going to be carried forward. I mean, I do actually have a scheme for how it could be done. So I'm basically saying the Quran has verses that can be divided into threats and promises from God, stories, and then the rest would be the commandments of Allah, capable of being made into legislation. And if people, and lawyers in particular, read the Quran with the idea of identifying, listing, and numbering the verses in the Quran that could be made into legislation, then we would be, on our way there.
I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And I wouldn't say just lawyers alone, but teachers, those in the medical staff, education sector, but even civil servants, governments. I would encourage everyone, really, because yes, lawyers are hugely important, but we need the consent of everyone. And that's the main thing, the consent of everyone. And so, yes, I would encourage everyone and anyone to sign up to this, to your program, to your idea, to your solution.
Oh, so you will mention it to other people. I'm so
Oh, of course, I
grateful.
definitely will do. I definitely will. I always, I'm so glad that, we're two minds that think alike, in the sense that I have mentioned something very similar, not to that effect, but you've really taken the words out of my mouth as to what to achieve. So, yes, I do agree with you.
And really, we need to get ourselves talked about, and they will, want to demolish us and say bad things about us. And I hope we can, stay strong and, face them down when
I
we
agree,
fall into their
and I
tricks.
was just gonna say this is one of my ideas that I've longed for about as well. And maybe I have to be more upfront and honest rather than sit cower behind the lines. But I have been thinking that maybe it's time for a new political party that promotes not just social conservative cultural religious values, but a new way system, a new frame, a new idea based on Islam, but that uses Islam and says, we're here, we've got this idea, let's use it, let's implement it. And we're going to face a huge backlash, maybe false reports out there by the media pundits, etc. But, it's through talking and dialogue that we can maybe get people to consign to a particular viewpoint. And maybe we do need to, I guess, participate in what we have as a system now and create a new political party, a movement maybe, but a party essentially to push forward these ideas.
I think really, okay, I don't agree with, Washington warned against political parties, and I think the Americans have got it wrong and they can't bring themselves to admit it. So if we're going to fix anything, there needs to be a one-party state, because otherwise
I
it would
would,
be.
in order to get this one party state, would you not think that would need to participate in the system that has been set up? Or do you think that maybe we should do it from outside of the system? And if we do it outside from the system, how effective will it be?
Oh, well, okay, I'm not even thinking of starting a party, because they'll just, stamp on you because there are all these political parties. I think this is actually the easy way. We can put the question to leaders of political parties, why don't we do it this way? I think the quickest way would be to say to Trump, because he's the one fighting an election this year.
Claire, sorry, could you
Sorry,
can you hear me, Claire?
Yes, I can hear you.
Claire, you went silent for a moment, and I think you didn't get your full message across. So could you please repeat it again?
Okay, I'm saying that if you want to think of the quickest way of doing it, the Americans are having an election this year, and the loudest mouthpiece, maybe I'm being a bit ambitious here, but would be Trump. If he were minded to just be seen to be considering the idea, or even if he says it's stupid, it's still worth getting people who disagree with you to at least consider it, and then he'll say, oh, I don't like it because of A, B, and C. But over the years, I have noticed that there are people who actually make it a point not to talk about it. The people who hate the idea, it's like, well, I'm not going to give her the oxygen of publicity by even engaging with her. And it is a tactic of the liberals to disengage. If they sense a losing the argument, they'll just block you and not engage with you anymore. But more recently, I've discovered that the right do exactly the same thing. If they sense a losing the argument, they'll just disengage and then they won't talk to you. And not all of them are enemies. I mean, I know political associates, they can't talk to me. They can't engage. They can't have a dialogue. They can't ask the obvious next question. Like, how are you going to do it? They can't even ask that. But there's this person I know for years, and it's only, well, during the Christmas holidays that he asked that question. How are you going to do it? And they just assume failure. It's like, well, if I can't do it, you can't do it. Or maybe they are so evil that I would hate for you to succeed where I have failed, where I fear to venture. Because there are people like that.
Oh, of course. You are quite right. Maybe the easiest way is to drop that nugget
To throw rocks from behind.
Throw rocks behind, and definitely
shoot you in the back for the fun of it. For the fun of it.
Yes. No, you. Yes. Yeah, you're right, and maybe we need someone like Trump to just say, even if he mocks it or but to drop that idea, and then gauge the reaction, then do it again, and just throw rocks at it and see where it takes us.
Yes. I mean, he's quite hard. I mean, I guess so many people are trying to get his attention, but for him, it would get him reported again, because yes, he may, have these very successful rallies and all that, but ideologically, he's not producing anything new, as far as I know. All the people who support him sort of think they know his message, and they don't think he needs anything new. But I think, please carry on.
Oh, sorry. So no, please carry on. I just thought, when you were saying that, he's not producing anything new and etc. I agree with you. One of my biggest reservations about Donald Trump, and even though I know that I'm sort of MAGA Muslim as well, but to me, the word MAGA is probably more a reflection of a cultural thing than Trump himself. It's the fact that there are times where I've actually found him to be a liberal, but a liberal from 10 years ago. And that's what I find those on the right are. They're liberals, but liberals from 10 years ago. And that's what makes them very hard to, I guess, to engage in discourse with.
Well, it's the words that they use. If they still call themselves classical liberals, it means they don't get it. It means they still think liberalism is a good thing. And I'm saying it has provably failed. And if they're still clinging to liberalism, thinking it can be reformed or resurrected, then they haven't got the right idea. Because liberalism in the 21st century means sexual liberation from the rules of marriage and good parenting. And if you're still calling yourself a liberal or a Democrat, you're not really getting it. And I think a lot of people identify themselves, but just by the choice of the words they use.
I mean, I agree with you, 100% agree with you. You cannot be conservative and call yourself a classical liberal. But yeah, 100% agree with you. You've taken the words
It's the same thing anyway. Conservatism and liberalism is really the same thing.
Same thing. It really is.
Well, I mean, in Australia, the Liberal Party is really the Conservative Party. You know, they're deliberately confusing everyone by making them think that they can, you know, vote themselves into better government when
No,
the
I
system.
100% agree with you. That even here in the UK, it was the Conservative Party that pushed forward a very, very neoliberal agenda that goes against how
Well,
society
it
should.
was Cameron, the Conservative Prime Minister, that legalised gay marriage. We can't even blame Labour for that.
Oh, I agree. He was very much on it, and this is a man who professes to be a God-fearing Christian.
Well, I think he was being told to do what he did by the Americans, and and talking about using different words. I mean, somebody in the chat who basically blames it on Jews, and I think this is a nice way of, you know, returning to the subject that, you know, made us contact and communicate with each other, which is that I think Gentiles just blame Jews for everything that has gone wrong with their government. But, you know, for the, you know, for what they're proud of, you know, about, you know, Western imperialism, that they're not going to give it to Jews. But for what they hate about Western imperialism, they're going to blame it on Jews. And maybe Jews have a certain obligation to Gentiles by ranking the four Gentile religions according to their conformity with the Noahide laws. And I was saying, if they were to do that, if Orthodox rabbis were to do that, they would have to rank Islam as the most Noahide of all Gentile religions and Christianity as the least. And I haven't been able to get them to do it, to rank the four Gentile religions. But if they were to do it, they would be, well, I mean, I guess they don't want to do it because they don't want to endorse Islam, because, you know, they hate Muslims. There are lots of Jewish Islamophobes. But really, you know, this is actually what I think was the purpose of them being made God's chosen people. They're supposed to warn Gentiles against the ills of idolatry, but they refuse. They prefer to make alliances with the worst kind of idolaters than to form an alliance with Muslims who are supposed to be righteous Gentiles, i.e., no-hides.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I wish they did a ranking system, perhaps. It would help them. But even more than that, you know, I think it's completely unfair for, especially some of these supremacist groups, to keep on constantly blaming Jews for their ills. It's, you know, the Jews are not responsible. The people that vote, we can see this today. The very people that are responsible are people who have voted them in. Like, you are the, like I said, when I said that they're the authors of their own destruction, they are literally the authors of their destruction. You cannot keep blaming or shifting or anything on Jews. Like, Jews have nothing to do with this. You know, you just cannot. There's some element of self-responsibility that you have to take. Maybe it's 100%, even if they took 25% of it, there has to be a self-responsibility, and it's that refusal to take self-responsibility that well surprises me.
The trouble with these anti-Semites is that because they hate Jews, they reject the Abrahamic God. And they actually further weaken themselves, because then, you know, their option is Hinduism or Buddhism or paganism. So, you know, I mean, it's sort of like, well, you know your enemy has a nuclear bomb, and then you say, oh, I hate nuclear bombs, I'm going to use spears and, you know, swords instead to fight the enemy, which is what I think they're doing.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you.
And
There's
yeah,
a
I mean, I don't
guy
really know
called on
what
the
to do with them. It's sort of like, oh, we prefer to die of stupidity and
It's so
idolatry.
funny because I was
Apathy.
reading the comments on there and they said, really feeling the Semitic Muslim love for us in the stream. Thanks, ladies. And I was like, well, Islam is a Semitic religion. So that's fine. But there's someone else. I mean, they called us kosher trody. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, saying I'm nice to Jews. That's what he means.
Oh, is that it? I mean, I don't know. I didn't know what that meant, but no, it's not. Look, people can come to know. I just don't understand this. I blame the Jews. I mean, if I stub my toe right now, I'm not going. The first thing I'm going to want is to blame
The
the Jews.
Jews did. The Jews made me do it.
Where's the self-responsibility? Where's the self-responsibility? And if the Jews did it, then they pretty much you got to thank them for, because you've got a computer, you've got a good life, you've got money coming in your accounts. So if you're going to blame the Jews, you might as well thank them too for the blessings.
The thing is, if they blame Jews for everything, they are actually elevating Jews to just below the status of God. And when I point this out to them, they go crazy. It's like, why would you be elevating the people you hate to the status above you if you say, oh, the Jews made us do everything that we are suffering from, And they have no answer to that, and then their heads explode and they can't, answer questions. But actually, it was a Muslim who I remember saying to some nationalists that I was campaigning with in the East End of London, and he was saying, I think he was a teacher, and he was saying, to win against Muslims, use the Quran, and I never forgot that. You've gone silent.
Oh no, it's just. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but you were silent for a bit.
I
I hope you heard my anecdote about the Muslim who said, you didn't?
No, I didn't. I heard that you said teacher and then it cut out.
Oh, right. Well, he said, to win against Muslims, use the Quran. Use the rules of the Quran to beat Muslims if you don't like Muslims. That was what he meant.
I mean, I don't know how to comment on that. I mean, if you're going to say, someone has a very bad behavior or is doing something wrong, then yes, use the Quran against them. Say, look, the Quran says this, and you're doing something that's really, really wrong here.
That's right.
Yes.
I mean, that's the only way to call anyone to order. It's like, according to your own rules, you should be doing this, but you're doing this, so you're a bad person and you break your own rules. So you must be, stupid or evil or mad. That kind of argument, I guess. But
I agree.
And the Jews too. You use the Torah against Jews. Like, well, why do you want to believe in this? You haven't lived in your own theocracy for 2,000 years. It's obviously too hard for you, Jews. Why don't But the Quran will be easier.
Agree, 100% agree, and even I mean, that's the thing. People do not like their own book being used against them. And you see that with Jews and especially with Christians, even though we've talked about, the contradictions, etc. I do when I talk to Christians and say, well, hang on, even in amongst these contradictions, the Bible says this and it says that. Why are you not doing it? And they don't even have a reason sometimes.
Yes. Well, I think we're being accused of being Jewesses.
I'm trying to.
Your audio may be getting a little tired, Dariya. I don't know what the problem might be, and it might we're getting nine viewers, which is sort of quite high. I'm sure there will be more later, as it's the middle of the afternoon for people with other things to do. But I'm so grateful to you, Dariya, for um, your your contribution, your comments, and your opinions, and I'm just so grateful that you agree. I don't often get that.
Just reading
I
it.
don't often get people agreeing with
Oh,
me, and I
I
am
want to say thank you to
enormously grateful.
To Khalid, I believe. And then, oh, I've never been to those places, Elliot. I have to say, I'm just reading this, and
Mhm.
I think we've commented on BBC worshipped, but no, I'm not a. I mean, I've watched a few BBC programs. I can't say some of them are okay. I like Planet Earth, but I was talking in terms of news. They're not the best.
Yeah, apparently Sky is preferable because it's not so obviously propaganda. Or my mother prefers Sky to the
I,
BBC. And
I've used Sky. I mean, it's normally when I was going to whenever I go somewhere like if you'll see in David Lloyd's and stuff, they always use Sky. But again, to me, Sky, they're all one and the same. I could not differentiate between any of them.
well, I think it's all run by the CIA anyway. There is global. I mean, there is a global empire, um, and therefore global opinion needs to be controlled by global media,
Well,
and that's what they're doing. And now they're trying to control social media. But I think we're on to them. And one of the bargains in the book of bargains that I think is the Quran is that we can do a deal with the corrupt Western establishment. Because really, as politicians, I'm sure they would like to be well thought of politicians. Politicians who are trusted and liked instead of detested and despised. And if they follow a better system, they can get their wish of, being happier in their jobs. I'm sure it does terrible things to their psyche in, telling all these lies, pretending to believe in all these lies, just living with themselves. It must be terrible. And also, I think it is not that hard to divide and rule the CIA because I'm sure not all CIA operatives are Biden supporting voters. I'm sure
right.
some of them support Trump and some of them are Republican.
I mean, perhaps, and some of them managed to talk to the dad to vote for Biden. That was. I didn't know if you were around the election between Donald Trump and Biden, but it was amazing when there were so many dead people that were voting.
Dead
So
people voting. They resurrected the dead.
they did.
Uh,
The CIA must have done that. I mean, it was so obvious that the election was stolen. I think anyone could see that, but
but it was amazing. What I noticed was that there were these Trump supporters who, after the media had a go at them, they started saying things like, well, there was a bit of fraud, but not enough to swing the election. Because they knew they had to say that to be accepted in so-called respectable opinion of the ruling classes of the West. You know, they people pretend to believe in all kinds of things. The hypocrites do anyway, in order to get the protection of the group or the status of the group. And well, anyway, I've sort of noticed, how it works, and I know people laugh at me for thinking that little old me can change anything, but I'm saying obviously people who understand what I say, want to see it come true, could make it come true by talking about the things that we have been discussing.
Oh, I agree. This guy probably seems to be a bit annoyed with us.
Yes.
He does. He says all you do is blame Europeans for not using. I mean,
It's a
Jewish.
better one. It's a
I
better one.
it's the best. But I mean, I say this again. I mean, you have to, every place in the world, every person, every society, every culture has been given the message of following one God and to worship God's laws and God's rules. Now, for some, the rabbinical texts are not too harsh for them. They're not comfortable with it, and that's fine. The only other one that's standing is Islam. In fact, it's the only religion that's standing. I wouldn't even say Judaism standing anymore. I mean, it's been defeated and killed off by secular atheist Jews themselves. I would say that, the fact that they don't, like we said earlier on, two Jews in a room can come up with three different opinions. There is no concrete leadership there or something to say, this is right, this is wrong, this is concrete. So, yes, the only one that has been standing and still saying, look at me, and this is the way, and this is right, and this is wrong, or this is concrete, basically, is Islam, as you touched upon, Claire. So,
You know, I just this point which just occurs to me about the Jews is that instead of thinking of them as eternally cunning and having one over us, I think that they should be the ones who have lost their identity, who think that they can be a good Jew and a good liberal, they're the ones to be pitied, because what the American Empire is doing is causing a trail of destruction. Look what they do. That they have done to the Ukraine. They're going to do it to Israel, because they're going to use Israel to start a war with Iran, and they don't care how many Israeli Jews get killed in the process, because I think the American empire is going through its insane phase and basically thinking, I'm going to go out with a bang after a shooting match with all the people I hate, and then they'll kill me, but I don't care as long as I blow up the world so nobody gets to take over after I am gone. I think that's how crazy the neocons are. They're not even thinking about the future. They're saying, well, if we can't be number one, we're going to blow the world up. We're going to start World War III. And so nobody gets to take over.
I have to say, now this is an argument that people have said about World War III, and some people have argued that we are living through World War III. I'm one of those that are very cautious as to whether saying that. When I say that we're living through World War III, some people said since the Russia-Ukraine war that's when it sort of started, World War III. Again, my thing is, it hasn't, and maybe not in the context that I'm thinking of, like in World War II, it's quite clearly a war. World War III, we've not quite seen it. We've not seen the huge scale fallout yet. Hopefully we never do, but we haven't seen it to date. So to me, they're at the moment regional wars. But regional wars can lead to world wars, and we hope that it doesn't go to that phase. So that's why I'm very much excited. But it's funny that you mention it. I am of the view that no empire goes away discreetly or quietly, but they certainly go with a bang. But I do think that not the bang that we know it. So I look back in certain times during the various empires, and when I mean by a bang is in the end they become the authors of their own destruction. In the end, they have created themselves in such knots that they end up being tied like around the knots have been tied around their neck, and so they can't get out. It took 250 years for Rome to fall, and Rome didn't fall because immediately without a war. They went through the same thing. They had this sort of quote unquote progressive society, this leftism, liberalism. They'd done away with their own. I guess in those days, Roman laws and traditions that they had. And they invited the savages, as they like to call it, in the Germanic tribes into Rome, and that's this is one of the hallmarks. And there's a lot of hallmarks. So it never grew up. It was never a huge, significant war that destroyed Rome.
Yes, it was gradual.
It's gradual, and I think that's what's going to happen with America. That it's a gradual decline. That we're seeing this gradual decline in our lifetime. But it's still a very, very powerful country. It's still a very rich country. It has the resources. It has the power, still to this day, to dictate the ongoings of this world. But it's a gradual decline.
It's uniting its enemies.
Yes.
Because of its bullying, militarily aggressive behavior, and also Americans themselves hate their government. So that there's internal, dissent as well as other countries not liking America, and Europeans don't seem to understand that they are an occupied country, that we're just a vassal state of America. Just do, and our prime ministers just do whatever America wants them to do.
Of course, I totally 100% agree with you there. After the Suez crisis of Egypt, just post World War II, the Americans didn't support Britain or France. In fact, the reason why Britain and France were holding on to this was because they thought this was a way out of still maintaining their authority but the Americans were the one that kind of conjured up the rest of the world to go against Britain and France's interests.
Yes, they told Britain and France to get out of Egypt during the Suez crisis.
Yes, they actually did, and there are military bases today in Britain and France, and even the nuclear weapons that Britain and France have, it's not in the control of the French government or the British government.
They don't even have the codes.
They don't have. It's with America. And the locations of these nuclear weapons and everything to do with them is with America. Even the armies, etc. Everything is to do and is ruled by America. They're vassal states. In Germany, again, it's a vassal state. I mean, we look at these sanctions that have now that were supposedly imposed on Russia, have harmed Germany more than anyone else.
Yes, and basically the Germans have been told, oh, if you want to have continue German industry, well, America has cheaper energy. Why don't you come over and relocate your factories in America? And the Germans went, okay. They're crazy or stupid.
They literally are deindustrializing Germany. Right now, before our very own eyes, they are deindustrializing Germany. And yes, you're right. German companies and German factories have been moved to America. Literally have been moved to America. And because of energy.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the interest of Europeans to be on friendly terms with Russia, and it doesn't make any sense at any level. Why all these European leaders should be so stupid. I mean, I would love it if Britain led the exodus from NATO. And I mean, because that would just make total sense.
I totally agree with you, Claire. I mean, right now, Germany's deindustrializing, and I've mentioned that, and it's not just that; it's the fact that people are aware and they're not doing anything, and we cannot ignore. Right? We have got Russia as our neighbour now. Yes, there's a history there with Russia, very controversial history. But there is no reason and no desire, and I certainly believe this, of Russia wanting or insisting to take over all of Eastern Europe. They don't want that. They simply went into Ukraine to protect themselves from nuclear. If you have missiles pointed at your country, you will feel cautious. You'd feel paranoid. They're simply wanting to try and give themselves a buffer zone, and you cannot blame them. They asked for a buffer zone. They asked you not to move forward.
They pointed out the red lines, and this was all ignored, and they were completely
No,
encircled by NATO.
yes, I mean, it's like being in, we've all got neighbours. It's like every person in your own street is pointing the gun at you. Of course, you're going to feel uncomfortable. You would want some space to breathe and say, look, I just need a buffer zone. Okay, you can point your guns at me, but I just need something to protect myself. That's how
Well,
people
it's sort of like, yeah, I'm talking about, neighborhoods and properties and houses. It's sort of like you're next to this neighbor whom you've always known hated you and told lies about you, and there's a fence between you, and that neighbor knocks that fence down. Are you just gonna not do anything?
agree. I agree with you.
I mean, Ukraine was that fence.
And it has now caused an existential crisis right now because even I remember we've wasted so many billions in terms of sending money to and weaponry to Ukraine that it hasn't helped anyone. Meanwhile, in Cardiff, there are 80-year-old grandmothers freezing to death. There's no help for them.
They don't care about us.
They don't care about us. We have, the
Black
biggest.
or white, they don't care about.
Yes,
Or
and
brown
and
or
I want to
yellow.
I want to say, do you know the biggest, the biggest waste of money that the UK that Whitehall spends our money on?
What?
It's unknown. We don't know. There's actually a black hole called unknown where we're pouring billions down. We don't know where that money goes.
To
Then
the quote defense industries. I mean,
it's
all these things. So actually, Washington mentioned the military-industrial complex. It's a great speech, and I think we're capable of using it against the Americans. It's like, why are you like this? You've just ignored everything Washington warned you against. And oh, by the way, we want to be, we should all be one-party theocracies. In the sense that we're going to follow these rules, and we're going to have a transparent political hierarchy where you know who is boss, and the person who is boss really has a power to change things, which is necessary to get things done. It's like Rishi Sunak. We know he won't be here for much longer, and it's going to pass to Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer is just going to be another neocon supporting all the policies that the previous, Tory prime ministers did. It's just the same policies, just a different face. And this is basically what democracy is. Pulling the wool over our eyes.
I agree with you, Claire. And this is the thing, right now, under this great and glorious leadership that we have right now, we've seen two city councils, the third richest city in the UK and the eighth richest city in the UK, be declared bankrupt. That's very troubling. The fact
Which one is it?
Birmingham
Which
and
one?
not Birmingham
And Nottingham.
and
Right.
lots of other cities are now close, and towns are close to declaring bankruptcy. So that means the money that we are paying in council tax is going nowhere.
Can't cover it.
It can't cover it, and our council taxes have risen, and
we're getting less.
We're getting far less. And I'm just looking at the comments again. Guy Prolly, I'm not a boomer. I actually was born in 1998, so that was quite a while. But I have to say, no, genuinely, there's a very a troubling sign in the UK, and you're right. Even if we know that after Rishi Sunak, it's Keir Starmer, we don't even need to go to the voting booth. We do not even need to stick in an X on the ballot. They've already determined who the next leader is. They've already determined. You don't. This whole election is a waste of money. We still don't know what the unknown is or what unknown is in terms of the wastage of money there. and they're talking about in the next election that how the UK is in such a crisis economically that there's no choice but to increase taxes. And it was so funny because who was before Rishi Sunak, that woman, Liz Truss, when she was talking about axing or taking down taxes, the markets went a bit haywire.
And then they got rid of her.
And when they got rid of her, Rishi Sunak came on and said, you know what, we may be considering increasing taxes and the markets calm down. What kind of markets, I mean, these are speculators, are reassured that, the average working man is going to be taxed more and so therefore is calmer? It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense.
Nothing makes sense.
You'd want people, the average working Joe in this country, to have more money in their pocket so that they can spend more. And when they spend more, it actually stimulates the economy. It means that when you get your cup of coffee from Marks and Spencer Cafe, you're paying some. That stimulates the economy. What kind of person would think taxing more leads to stability? It doesn't.
It doesn't make sense even in their own terms.
Even in their own terms.
But they don't care because they're just following orders because they're bought and paid for.
Yes.
And I really think all we need to do is speak to each other about that and make sure this message, which I think it's not too hard to explain and pass on, gets out in real life, online as well as offline. So people know that we are the majority and not the minority, because the job of the media is to make it seem that the opinion of 10% of the people is 80% of the people.
I would actually agree with you, but I would actually now have to say that I'm going to say something there. The media is the voice or the reflection of the voices of the 80%. And I say this because if you look at the person nowadays, they work their little job or 2 or 3 jobs nowadays. They don't have time to really talk anything.
Or think, or argue.
Or even think or argue or challenge. And they think that, if I said to them, and the media was with my backing, I said, you know what, we'll take 80% of your money. And the media backed me and said, this is an amazing thing. We should all give up 80% of that. The people will clap like seals and shake their heads and nod like sheep, and they will say yes. The people endorse this. I mean, a couple of days ago, there's that famous snooker player who won 200,000, and Sky News said that 83,000 of his money would go straight to taxes. The number of people that would say, oh yes, we all have to pay taxes, and I agree that 83,000 should be essentially stolen from him, from his winnings for taxes, etc., worries me. People actually want this.
Yeah. I mean, there's no the depths of the stupidity of people are unplugged, and it'll just get worse. But I just want to, since you talk about tax, I want to point out that the Quran arguably supports a 20% flat rate income tax. The 1/5 khums thing. I don't know if you.
It does. I mean, I'm not saying that you could argue that it does say that, obviously so in an Islamic society or economy, the state will have control of the resources. So, for example, oil. If it's under your, under your land and there's oil, that's what that's owned by the state, and the money that you get from, taking this oil out is for the rest of the nation. So this, the money that's paid out is, distributed equally and fairly, and social programs are introduced like healthcare, and it's distributed into people's accounts. So the state is there to utilize money from its resources to benefit the people. Now, of course, there's going to be some cases where there needs to be a tax, to make sure that those certain social programs are running and they're fully funded, etc. And that's fine. we have the NHS in the UK. Whether you're for it or against it, it's non sequitur at this point, but it's a social program, and if it was fully invested and it was fully working and it was nicely going well, then yes, it's okay to have that if the people support this particular program to take care of them. That's fine. That's fine, but it's not to the extent where it imposes at you, in terms of, you have to pay this, and we're going to increase up to 50, 80%. The taxes, or really, it should be taxes on additional wealth, but it should be done on fair and just procedures, that it's not affecting the person in question, that it's actually providing them a benefit. The person in question should feel that their money belongs to them, essentially. That the money that they earn in the factory is their money, no one else's. And so that's why it encourages taxes to be done on additional wealth rather than your sole source of income.
So there we have it. An Islamic rate of tax, an Islamic system of taxation would be lighter than the current Western rate of taxation.
Yes. So it's not like, the current Western taxation is 45%, and that's on your sole source of income, your main source of income, and that's not fair, on people. So yeah, if it's on additional wealth, that's additional income, maybe, and even then there are exemptions as well. So really, your roads and things like that, the state really would use the money that it has from the resources to fund those programs, like your roads,
Yeah, I mean 20%. I mean 20% is a kind of magic number, because it's just sort of low enough to think, oh, I'll pay it without questioning it too much, and high enough to maybe do, be enough. But if it's more than that, people say, why the hell should I pay it? I'm going to hire some, tax lawyers and tax accountants to see if I can get round this, this, too high income tax. And so I do admire this, idea of 20%. It's like if you set it low enough, people won't argue about it.
I agree. And if they made exemptions as if it's additional, I would totally endorse it. I can't believe this guy probably thinks that we're 1950s, because I think that's a compliment. The 1950s,
because we're so wise. We're so wise as well.
Yeah. And
it's a compliment to you, because you're Gen Z, aren't you?
I'm a Gen Z, but I think he'd be in a shock when he finds out that a lot of Gen Zs have the same view as I do, that they're turning back to religion, they're turning back to those traditional values of the 1950s. So, and yes, modesty fashion is back for women too. So, 1950s is very much a compliment, I have to say. No, he seems to be very, very upset with what we talk about.
Well, he's upset that well, he called me a kosher toady, but I don't want to blame Jews, and actually, Jews could arguably be victims of cunning Gentiles who turn Jews into their mascot and pretend that they fought their imperial wars to protect Jews, which is what Britain did, basically. I don't know if you agree with the narrative that Britain declared war on Germany twice because it didn't want to see Germany rising up. And these wars would have remained European wars and not world wars had it not been for the empires of France and Britain. So if Britain had just kept itself out of World War One and World War Two, there wouldn't have been a world war. And because it doubled down and gambled away its empire, it just lost all that power. But actually, what I think Britain is still so crucial in doing is to dismantle the American empire by encouraging the Australians to have a referendum. Because basically, the Americans can only run their global empire by being allowed to stop in Australia to disrupt the trade routes of China. And without being able to stop in Australia, it just wouldn't have a global empire anymore, and it wouldn't be able to, make trouble for China in Taiwan or in the Straits of Malacca. And the Australians are, just blindly supporting America. In fact, Gough Whitlam in 1975 said, "I don't want America, American naval bases and listening posts and whatever in America." And he was sacked by John Kerr, the Governor General, on the instructions of the Crown. So basically, Australia is British territory, and without British support in the running of the American empire, it would soon collapse. And it would be nice for a British Prime Minister to not be, well, to lead Europeans away from being the vassal states of America. It can be done with legally and peacefully. I want to emphasize. What are the Americans going to do? They already know how much Americans in America hate their own government. Are they going to start a war? Are they going to invade Britain? Are they going to get their whatever army they have to do anything? I doubt it. I think they'll just go home quietly to deal with their situation at home. And this is, I guess, why.
I agree, Claire. And I always, the funny thing that you touched about Australia. I mean, Australia's greatest export is really their resources, their minerals that they export to China. And the fact that they're so anti-Chinese is baffling to me. I mean, your biggest trade partner and you're so anti them. You don't know if they're stupid or if this is generations of criminal behaviour of Australians, but they really do need to sort themselves out.
I mean, there are Australians who are happy to trade with China, and it's not like the Americans are buying up all the stuff that they used to sell to China. So I bet that there'll be a lot of out of pocket Australian businessmen who are wondering what it's all for. But obviously, their views would be suppressed.
Oh. Basically, Australia is not being colonized by America. It's by China. I don't know why that's the situation. I mean, I just don't understand. You can have a white Australia policy. That's fine. That doesn't mean that it needs to be anti-Chinese. Your neighbours are. Australia's in the Asia Pacific region. I mean, you're essentially going to trade with your neighbours, and you don't want to annoy your neighbours when you're trading with them, especially when majority of your land is you cannot grow food or crops or anything like that. It's basically the same sort of land that you can find on planet Mars. I have to say. So no, there's no one is siding with China or being anti. We're just talking about in an economic sense, it would make perfectly sense for Australia to be not, I wouldn't say pro China, but to at least be friendly, So there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I mean, that's what the world needs more of, is more trade and understanding with one another. And now that we're on this topic of Australia and China, I think it really draws us in nicely to the topic of globalization, Claire, and I wanted to know what your thoughts are about that as well.
Globalization. Well, I was wondering. I'm not against empires per se. I'm just saying, if it's an evil empire, then obviously it should be dismantled. But if we want, as Elon Musk seems to want, space exploration, then we would need global systems of organization that are not obviously dysgenic. And marriage is eugenic. I mean, that's why so many people who are liberals find so threatening about Islam, because Islam is saying, no, you can't just have sex with any consenting adult. They've got to be your spouse, or you're committing a sexual offense. And that, I think, is what is so frightening to the matriarchy and to feminists and to those who would regard themselves as sexually liberated. Because, to traditional marriage is saying you're only allowed to have sex with somebody you're married to. And everyone else is forbidden, and you're only allowed to marry members of the opposite sex, not within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity, i.e., you can't marry your cousin. You can't marry your niece, your nephew, your father, your mother, your uncle, your aunt. Just to get so people get the idea, or your brother or your sister, because otherwise there will be birth defects. And also the idea is that no, you can't have women in the house that a man grew up in being available for him to have sex with. If he wants to find a woman, he has to leave home and see how well he does, and see if he can, manage to live independently before he is fit to raise a family after taking a wife. That's how, well, even non-human animals operate. And the lost sight of all these things. Of course, a man is never going to leave home if he can have sex with his sister, mother, aunt, niece, because why would they? Then he'll have all his needs catered for. He needs to go out and get himself a job, a life, a career, an occupation, and the means of independent living. That is the whole point, or the race will suffer.
No, I totally agree with you. Sorry, Claire, because I had internet issues, but I just caught the tail end of what you said, and I 100% agree with you that men need to go out there, be more independent, be more masculine, and the Quran is completely right when you said, in the Quran is very, very right when it says that actually before a man and a woman gets married, they have to be physical, emotional, and mentally mature. Now, you can obviously in the past, there were men who were 18 years old were able to get onto the property ladder, had a good job, and were able to get married. That's fine. I mean, there are men now who are 30 years old who are in that position and can get married now, and that's fine. It's the same with women. As long as they're emotionally, physically, and mentally mature, they can too get married. And that's what the Quran hints. And the Hadiths expand on it more about how the obligation is there for men to provide, and there are rules on women as well, but men to provide for their women and ensure that they are safe and secure, and that they have comfort, that they have food on the table, that they have a roof over their head, etc., etc. So everything that you said is completely right. And it doesn't tell men to go around sleeping with anyone and everyone that they like, and which is what feminism does. It cheapens women. It puts women as commodities. And whereas Islam gives women dignity and says, you know what? No, they're not commodities. They're human beings. And if you're going to take her hand, you need to take her hand in marriage. And you have to, when you do take a hand in marriage, you have these obligations and responsibilities towards her. So Islam solves a lot of our problems, and it puts a lot of onus on a man, and it makes a man to be a man, and not some petulant child.
Sorry, I was talking about while being muted. I was saying that men cannot be masculine if they don't have principles, and cannot have principles if they have no religion or moral system. And this
Oh,
is really the
100%.
problem.
100% agree. 100% agree. They need to have principles and morals. 100% agree. I was. Oh no, I mean, who's is the? Oh, just you mentioned multiculturalism, and I didn't quite get that. Could you please respond on that point?
Multiculturalism is dysgenic. Do you mean?
Yeah,
Did you
I
mean
didn't.
that?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said because it cuts out for me.
I did mention multiculturalism. I think I was talking. Oh, I've forgotten what I was talking about now. Sorry, I've forgotten. It might become clearer later. What can you give me the topic that I might have been
I
discussing?
was
It's just gone
talking
out of
about.
my head. I'm sorry.
So we're talking about globalization, and then we touched on, and I think you mentioned about, well, Guy probably talks about multiculturalism as being dysgenic and massive immigration being dysgenic, and you were talking about marriage and being, and again, I agreed with you on this comment that the Quran doesn't commoditize women and says a man should go into bed with every single woman that they meet, or it actually says before you do anything, you take the woman's hand in marriage, you have financial responsibility of her, emotional responsibility, you have these responsibilities and obligations towards her. And so that's so when I come onto the comments, this guy probably talks about multiculturalism dysgenic, and I didn't know if that was something that you said or.
I think he's talking about race mixing, but he has well, he's actually married to a woman not of his race. Um, so at the end of the day, we can only marry people we want to marry who are prepared to marry us. Because I mean, even the most racist man will kind of be in a dilemma if the only man, you know, if the only two women he can have sex with and marry is a woman of his own race that he finds physically repulsive and a woman of another race that he finds attractive. He might have to eat his own words.
Oh, Triff, I agree with you. And no, I certainly agree with you there.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's not exactly a queue of people queuing up to marry us. We'll just have to take whatever's available and whatever we can bear.
I mean, there's always this thing that men marry not whom they love, but who's available at the time. You know,
Yeah.
um, and it's
Mm.
true. It is very, very much true. I say this to all the time. I say, actually, once a man is established, and by the time they get established, it's usually about there being the right woman at that time in their life. They marry to settle. They don't marry the woman that they love. They marry to settle. And I don't know if you agree with that statement or.
Yeah, I mean, all the world religions are about frightening people into marrying young and marrying once and staying together for the sake of the children. That's what the world religions have in common. But Christianity is the weakest link. And we should learn why, because I guess once upon a time, Western governments supported marriage and then they decided not to. And before, and 50 years later, this is what we have become in the West.
True. And we need to bring back the support for marriage again in this country. I genuinely do. Because it has led to so many problems nowadays.
And the feminists have to be tackled, and the men who refuse to tackle feminists need to be called out. And these would be YouTubers, streamers, people on social media who get money from, talking their politics. These people refuse to confront feminism and refuse to discuss whether Christianity needs to be replaced by a better moral system. Because they hate the idea so much they can't bear to talk about it, or B, they know they need to talk about it, but would lose viewers and subscribers, and so they don't do it because they're the grifters. They're just as corrupt as the politicians they keep complaining about.
Oh, I agree. They're just as corrupt as the politicians that they talk about.
And I just want to mention a name, Millennial Woes, because it's sort of relevant in that, I invited you to a Koraniyule interview, and it's based on Millennial, which is when all these interviews of members of the dissident right take place in December. And I was talking to him for a bit about secular Quranism. He made it seem as if he would have me on, and then I realized he would never talk to me about this because either he feared that he would be cancelled by all the Islamophobes who subscribe to him, or he couldn't bring himself to talk about it. And he's supposed to be the number one thought leader in the UK of the dissident right. And I'm going to be calling him out.
Oh, of course you should call him out.
Because he's basically said he has no plans to marry. So whatever advice he gives to anyone doesn't count. Why should you listen to a man who has no intention of marrying and has no intention of subjecting himself to the burdens of fatherhood? He has nothing, no advice to offer, and this is the best the dissident right can do in the UK, because they don't want to marry women of their own race, even if one could be found to marry them. They would just rather whinge about it as bachelors and die by bachelors, or gay, or transgender, I don't know. And that is, and compare what they are doing with Jews and Muslims who know they have to marry before having children, who know they have to stay together for the sake of their children, even if they get bored and irritated with their spouse. Of course they're going to take over. Of course they're going to take over.
I mean, yes, it's just, no, I agree with you. I simply do agree with you that once you've lost that moral authority, what is there to, what, of course, those with principles and morals are going to take over, and you need to talk about, need to expose millennial woes. I mean, you cannot have or refuse to ignore someone once you've invited them because you're scared of the backlash. You need to, and it's very important to have your voice out there. Completely have your voice out there. And I think his refusal is trying to silence you. I mean, if he wants to challenge you on certain things, Claire, you're more than capable. And I have to say this, it's been from what I've heard and everything that I've agreed with you on here, you're more than you're astute, you're a strong-willed woman who can challenge him and challenge him and challenge his narrative and respond and give him rebuttals to his points of disagreement. It's such a shame that he's decided to never allow you on his podcast, etc. But no, I think you should certainly highlight it and expose it. And if you do it on a Twitter, I'm more than happy to retweet it.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I mean, the thing is that the irony is that he is adopting the tactics of the liberal media, who know about me too. I've been around for a long time. In fact, recently, a Jewish Facebook contact, he just couldn't stand it anymore about the way I was my Facebook post. So he basically got his uh, this female Guardian journalist to do a story on me. And she went as far as to ask me a bunch of questions, which I answered. And she actually wanted to do a story, even though I knew it would be a hatchet job. And then her editor said, no, we're not going to do a story on her because we don't want to give her the oxygen of publicity. Isn't that funny?
It
I mean,
is
I
very
knew I would get that answer, but you know, it was good to be able to go through the exercise and to say that Millennial Woes is using the same tactic as the people he's been complaining about, the liberal media, and he's adopted it. He's just showing how corrupt he is, just as corrupt as they are, but you know, with less money.
corrupt he is. Of course he is. Completely shown how corrupt he is. 100%.
And the most important thing to realize about having religion, even if you don't believe in God, is that when you have a religion, men of more than one generation can get together and cooperate with each other to solve whatever problem it is that they need to solve.
I agree. Men need to be men now. Like this is the whole point is that a lot of these issues can be easily resolved if men decided to take leadership and talk about it. Oh, I'm just reading this guy. The comment keeps on popping up on the screen. I don't know.
Oh,
Who's that?
I'm doing it just to show that I'm not, you know, ignoring him.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
but
Um,
I mean,
no, it's true what you say, Claire. I mean, silence. I mean, it's so sad that someone like Millennial Rose is trying to silence you, is doing the same tactics as the mainstream media, essentially, even if it's a hatchet job. But yes, I'm happy to tweet that out and tweet out what you've said if you're going to tweet it, retweet it.
thank you.
Um,
He's blocked me on Twitter as well.
it's such a, I myself have also been blocked by some of the mainstream journalists. I mean, Julia Hartley Brewer
Oh
happened
no.
to, oh yes. So I called her out on espousing the mainstream narrative,
Hmm.
and she didn't take too kindly to that. Andrew Neil is another one, and I wish someone called out Andrew Neil for what he is. He is not. I mean, he's certainly spouse. I mean, literally, you can give him the script and he will read off it. He's a good author. He's a good actor. That's all he is. He's not a journalist. He doesn't challenge the views or the narratives that are out there. He endorses the establishment views. He endorses the establishment's media. When you are calling yourself a journalist, but you're going to fancy lunches and you're going to these you're visiting the Prime Minister's office and his back garden, and you're going to you're meeting Ghislaine Maxwell and you're giving her hugs and kisses, allegedly. And these are all allegedly.
Did he go to Epstein Island?
I
Was he
know
one of the guests?
he was mentioned in the book and he was shown on a photo. But
Wow.
I think greeting Ghislaine Maxwell. But as to whether he has or not, he says he denies it, so we can take his word for it and says he's denied it. We don't know. That's all I'm going to say. To keep us safe and secure, we don't know. But what I'm trying to say is when you have figures like this and they're brandishing themselves as journalists, you have to question the credibility that is out there. And Douglas Murray's a new one, that's
Yes.
not a journalist. He's a false person.
Yeah, you can tell if they're quite attractive looking, that they're being chosen for that purpose. You know, if they're good at, he can't debate. Murray can't debate, because I remember when Anjem Chowdhury was around. I mean, Anjem Chowdhury, wanted to debate him, but Murray just couldn't do it. He would arrive, after the event or really late, and until the meeting had been disrupted. He is, I guess, an embedded operator of the propaganda department.
Oh, of course he is. No, he never seems to debate. He runs away from debate. He tried to debate Mendy Hassan. He ran away from that. He runs away from anyone that challenges narrative and his point of view. And I'm okay with him saying, I rather, what I would like if they were honest. If someone said to me, what, I believe the white race is superior, that's fine. If someone said to me, I believe the brown race is superior, you can, as long as you're honest about your views and perspectives, it's fine. If you believe that, black people are indigenous to North America and not the native Indians, that's fine. As long as you're honest about what you believe, your views are, and you stand on it. Douglas Murray and these journalists from the BBC or CNN, they don't stand on their principles. They just espouse the establishment's garbage. They contradict
The
them.
controlled opposition.
And they don't really care. They're very much controlled. And they don't care. They come essentially, it's like question time. You've got 5 panelists saying the exact same thing, but wording it differently. There's nothing, you just couldn't differentiate between any of them.
Yes, it's all so rigged. And I mean, the only way to cut through how rigged it is to use theology, I think, because I think, you see, even atheists have to understand God or the concept of God in order to reject it and say, I don't believe he actually exists. But they all know the stories, and the stories are easy to repeat and formulate, because if you do it well enough, even people who don't believe it, in the narrative will be interested in the story in spite of themselves. And the story is that we are we are okay. A global Milgram experiment is being conducted. Are you familiar with the concept of the Milgram experiment?
Apologies. No.
So the Milgram experiment is a social and psychological experiment where I should just read it out to you rather than to see how far people would go to do something that is morally dodgy. So basically, these people, there's these men in the white coat that have been told to tell people who to press a button. They say, this is an experiment. You press a button, and that will cause an electric shock into somebody in another room, and if you could just do it, it's for some experiment, and then the person sort of goes ow and louder and screams in agony, and apparently for a lot of them they're just happy to keep pressing the button as long as somebody in a white coat with a reassuring manner tells them it is okay to do, and can they do it for a bit longer. It is to basically test people's obedience to authority.
Oh, I agree. That's a very interesting experiment, but it seems to be, it seems to be applied on a more of a societal level, that now we've got a lot of people that are compliant, and I think that actually brings us to Well, actually, I was just going to ask you two questions, Claire. And one is, what were, how did? Well, actually, you know what? In fact, I can answer it and ask one question. COVID, and what did you think about that? Because it associates with this.
I do remember Boris Johnson taking on his funereal tone at first and saying, we have to say goodbye to a few loved ones. We have to take the hit, stuff like that. And then he just totally flipped to, we can defeat it by wearing masks and being jabbed. That was my memory, my most abiding memory, when he took on this funereal tone and made this funereal speech, and then he just flipped over the next time I heard him speak. What was your memory of it?
I was against the lockdowns completely.
So was I.
Completely against the lockdowns. I have to say that not just against, I was also, when I questioned the responses, the face masks, the whole, the fact that I was very shocked that people didn't even question it. That basic biology, basic science, basic understanding just went out of the window. That's what I was more surprised about. The fact that we had a very, I think in that time, the power of the state was very powerful. And that was frightening me, that there was no room for any civil discourse or disagreement. Rather, instead we had, this is what the state wants, and you either agree with it, and if you didn't agree with it, you are now granny killers. It was very,
I remember that being used against me.
it was very much against. I think at one point, I think it was probably second or third lockdown, I just threw the masks away. I was like, I'm not having this cover my face. I need to breathe. I did it the first time, maybe I can write that off, but it was the idea of being imposed against your will to stay in one place. Like, I don't want to stay in this particular place for ages. Like, I want to move about, not within 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
A lot of people compromise by wearing it on their chins or not covering their noses. And, it's sort of like, I'm not going to challenge you, even if your nose is sticking out, kind of thing. And I also remember going to the supermarket, and there were these two men with their children in tow, and they obviously knew each other, and from the street or something. And the most interesting thing was, the moment they saw each other, it was like, hi, and they took their masks off in order to talk to each other in an aisle in a supermarket. There seemed to be a kind of social etiquette. It's like, oh, you're a friend, so I'm going to take my mask off just to talk to you. Oh, I don't like you. I'm going to tell you to keep your distance.
It's so funny. I mean, I have to say, look, it wasn't all bad. Let's not be too bad, because there were some things that I liked about it. Like, it gave time and moment to, because we all led with it, so it gave us a moment to stop and self-reflect. You've got to, I do think that was important. I think it was more, ironically, we did things together as a society, I guess. So there was some good bits. It wasn't all entirely bad, but no way would I ever endorse it again. I certainly didn't understand the logic, especially when they were trying to open up. Who knew that McDonald's was so important for people that they needed to open that up first? At a time when we're going through supposedly a health crisis, that fast food was the first thing that needed to be opened up, and drinking. But places like healthy eating places and gyms were still closed this last minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so, insidious and so obvious in a way. And the thing is, because it's still 50-50, you can't really, it's kind of like arguing about God, does God exist or not, kind of thing. And there'll be people who say, oh, the government cares about us and just wants to protect us. But basically, what I'm talking about is the bias. So I'm sure if most people believed in God at the time of COVID, they would just say, well, some of us have got to go sometime. We'll just take the hit. And that, I think, is a crucial difference. Atheists are afraid to die.
Yes, they are afraid to die. Look, I'm not saying death is an amazing thing that everyone is saying. No, it's not. But at the end of the day, look, if your time on earth is up, your time on earth is up. And honestly, the people that took the jabs and all the restrictions, they were, that's what they were. And it's so sad that people just could not think for themselves. It really was. And the fact that they had the audacity to call people killers is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, a
But
lot
it,
of people were stressed about, I don't believe in it, but I want to go to the supermarket and they'll make me wear a mask, and and I don't want to be told to go. It's all this sort of anxiety of how to behave. Even if you wanted to stick to your principles, because you wanted to go to the supermarket and hopefully without your mask you can complete your shopping and go without anybody questioning you. You don't want to be, halfway through your shopping told to go, or told to put your mask on, and then you put your mask on and you hate yourself, or whatever people worry about at the time. But a lot of people thought, I'll just put my mask over my mouth, but not my nose, and they usually got away with it.
oh, I agree with you. I certainly agree with you on that.
But the point is, yes, if our government were a theocracy, they'd just say, well, some of us have got to go. And when you think about the mortality rate, it was what, 1% or something stupid like that? They actually said it was 1%, or maybe it went up to 3% or something. But it's like you locked down your economy, you destroyed your economy for these people, the 3% who might have died anyway, you know. So it makes no sense, and we're just getting stupider and madder and more evil. And okay, I'm just saying it's sad because the solution is so simple. The problem is America, who runs a global empire, and it doesn't have a moral system. So all its ruling classes can be bought and paid for by pharmaceuticals and the defense lobby and whoever. And they just need a better ruling class. And there are ways of giving them a better ruling class. And also, we can refer to Washington's farewell speech again. And he said, we must, with caution, indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Isn't that asking for a theocracy? I'd say so.
Oh,
But
it
it can't
is.
be Christianity, it can't be Christianity, because that would be un-American.
No, I totally agree. And I agree with you that,
Oh,
100% agree. It goes back to America. And again, their implementation of secularism and anything, they have no morals. The moment you declare yourself secular, you have no morals. What are you basing your things? You're making things up as you go along, and your starvation for power is what's driving you to such nonsense. That today in 2024, the average American girl is now chopping their hairs off and their limbs off and becoming boys. The average boy has growing their hair out, become a woman. They're cross-dressing. They're being put, these cross-dressing, whatever. They've literally been passed the parcels to, with grown men, and they're getting pregnant at 14 years old, and the boys are having drug problems at 16. I mean, there is no morals in America. They've become fast become degenerates. They've become alcoholics, and there's no hope for them. They've
Yes,
literally, you know.
yes, and all these things that you mentioned, and they are quite grave matters, affect white people more than it affects non-whites, because it's white people who have been marinating in the moral sewage of feminism for longer than any other race.
Oh, of course. It's so. I question. I was like, well, what's happened to white people? This is white people. They're literally destroying their own kids. Now we've got like that they've become so ill-mannered. Like you'll see these 6-year-old tranny boys, whatever they look like nowadays, answering back to their parents, swearing back at their parents, and their parents are laughing and amusing, and they think this is okay. This is not okay. You know, you've got these gangs of youths at 8 years old that are burgling their local Walmart. They're pushing grannies off wheelchairs. And these are just 8 years old. I mean,
Wow.
these are, this is how young. This is when I say how young. This is how young they are. They've become indoctrinated to be violent, and they've become indoctrinated to steal. And if you question them, you're somehow becoming some sort of Hitler 2.0. Do not steal, you're Hitler. If you tell them not to go around and slapping old women across their heads and killing them off, you're somehow Hitler. Like they always have a victim excuse. They've turned into wild packs running around. And anytime they are challenged, they've essentially you somehow considered to be a Nazi. It's crazy to me, crazy, crazy. And it's almost as well like the funny thing, with the transgender agenda. I mean, it wasn't that few years ago under the feminist agenda, the average. Oh, um, can you still hear me, Claire?
Yes, yes, there was a bit of clicking, but I think I could hear you.
Claire, can you still
Please,
hear me?
yes, yes.
Claire?
Yeah, you can't hear me? I can hear you. Hello, hello, I can hear you. I mean, I can see my avatar pulsating, but I'm afraid Dariya has dropped out.
Oh, I don't know. I'm here, Claire. Claire, did you hear me?
Okay,
Oh,
yes.
can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I was just saying it as well, like, even on the feminist agenda, like, there are 15-year-old girls that are now being passed a parcel for around the boys, around the men, because, and they call it this freedom. I mean, when you're watching shows and you're seeing, oh my God, this woman and this boy is losing their, are cheapening themselves for sex for a burger. I mean, it's crazy. Something has gone wrong in America. Something has gone wrong amongst American men and women. How could they be so loose with their morals? The fact that they think it's okay to, you know, I just don't know what's happened to them. I
They've
genuinely.
just gone mad, or their minds have
Oh,
rotted in liberalism and feminism, or it's because I forget which Greek it was who said that those whom the gods wish to destroy, they
oh,
first make mad. Or that the um, the punishment for, sorry, the sin is its own punishment, and it's just becoming so clear what happens to you when you are a society that doesn't support marriage and haven't been supporting it for um, half a century.
I agree. I agree. And it's not just that. I remember even growing up as a child, and they were celebrating divorces. Since when has splitting up a family a celebratory event? But the Americans celebrate this. They celebrate divorces. They don't work at things. They don't want to be for the sake of the kids. Now you see. I mean, I saw what you could call two human beings. I mean, they look like seals. It was on Good Morning Britain, and this woman. who identifies herself as non-binary, mind you, but is a woman, would actually confuse the gender of her child and said that a child would determine their own gender when they are of age, and of age meaning 6 years old. That is child abuse. That is child abuse. Where is the child services? Nowhere to be seen. And we have to Americans who have to entertain this lunacy. They embrace this lunacy. And when you highlight it to them and you say that this is lunacy behavior, their only rhetoric is, oh, it's the Jews, oh, it's the Muslims the Muslims are not holding the gun to your head. The Jews aren't holding the gun to your head to do this. Where is the self-responsibility? Why are their parents forcing their kids into transgender transition? Why are their parents forcing their kids to go past the parcel with grown men? Like, why? None of this makes sense. Why are there cues of mothers forcing their child to go to the local centre to claim or seek social welfare? You know, why aren't they encouraging them to work? I don't understand it. It's a mess. It's become a huge mess, and it's quite sad.
Well, I guess why people are, finding out the hard way what it means, what happens to you when you don't have a religion that supports marriage. After a few generations, everything just turns to dross. And it seems that even as they are told this, they cannot process this piece of information, or they think, oh well, I'll be dead soon anyway, so who cares? I'm not going to be the one saying this. I'm not going to be the one admitting that liberalism was a mistake. And also, I think sensible white people would tend to marry out.
Oh, they
They
do,
would
and
marry. Yeah, I mean,
I
they do, don't they?
they do, and I want to say this, and this is going to sound very controversial. Are you there with me, Claire? Sorry.
I am. I can hear you clearly. Thank you,
So I
Dariya.
know this is a very humorous take by Dr. Rami, but this is very, very true, and I can. He had a very, very good point that even humor has an element of truth in it, and you cannot. So this is the dating totem pole of the United States of America. The white chad is for the white female only. The low-ranking white will go for the Oriental females. The blacks will go for the white low-ranking females. The Orientals and the Pajis, which are the brown people, the elites of them, so the elite Orientals and the elite browns will crumb of the low-ranking white females or their own women, and the Oriental and the brown men will go for the average ones will go for their own women or have no sex. And I know this is sort of the dating totems, but even amongst that, there is some sort of there's humor in it, but you've got to admit that there's some form of truth to this.
Yes.
In that.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, they're more likely to be gay, they're more likely to be transgender. Those of them who marry will marry outside their own race. And they're getting older. And and they're telling their children basically to be gay and transgender, and that it's okay to die childless. And that they're still not, they're still not getting it. And people like Millennial Woes are just looking the other way. But he's apparently thought leader in British nationalism. So I don't know what these, nationalists so-called think they are doing. They have no leader. Basically, they have no leader, and it seems they don't want one because they don't want to be disappointed by being betrayed by all the leaders that they have ever had because they are all so morally corrupt.
I mean, They are so morally corrupt. I mean, your average white man who's a dad is now happy. They're forced to be gay. You know, in America, they're forced to be gay because that's the name of liberalism, progressivism. You know, today's white children, they need to have two gay dads and a transvestite mother, you know, and a confused alcoholic transvestite mother. And that's your average white family in America today in 2024. And, you know, it's so sad. It's so sad. And you just have to question yourself, Claire. Like, I don't want this anymore. Like, I don't. How scary would it go? Would the transvestite mother now be having to lick their little pet cat's bum? Where does it begin? Like, they go to such weird levels that you don't know what they're doing. White people have caused their own destruction, and I have created a mini group of trying to save the white race. But
Have you?
yes, honestly, as humorous as this taking, because there was one point where we were like, you know, how did the people that created such magnificent architecture that had, whether rightly or wrongly, you know, there was various European empires. They built great, magnificent buildings, infrastructure. You have to think, how did that group of people turn to, well, this? Turn to where we have now two gay dads, a tattooed woman that's an alcoholic and smoking weed, is a transvestite mother, and the child that is being forced into cross-dressing and is having kids at 14 years old. Like, how did it turn to this? And what happened? And we don't, and it's because they left God. They left the message of God, and they embraced Disney as their new idol.
Disney. Yes, I think it was G.K. Chesterton who said that if people stop believing in God, it's not that they will believe in nothing, but that they will believe in anything. And this is what has happened to them, and they can't bear to admit it, I suppose.
I mean, they need to admit it. They have to admit it. You know, it's. I wish they admit it. You know, it's so sad, and it's not just that it has a huge. This is on the family level now. Imagine this times on the whole American society being like this. That causes problems. It causes damage. It causes economic hardship, political hardship. It causes hardships. You know, it's really frightening. It's really frightening.
It's self-destruction day after day after day, and they won't acknowledge it. And I don't think it's that hard to make them see things if we explain things in a simple way, you know,
I
maybe
mean,
in a
do
one
we
sentence
explain it?
question.
I mean, okay. I mean, it's true. It's true, and hopefully they come to their senses, because at this stage, I mean, I'm not playing race wars right now. This is not Kanging hour, but I mean, I don't know who is running fast to the finishing line of degeneracy. Like, it's the Indians or the whites. I really don't know. And we've all seen the awful videos that have come across out of India with the idol worship and the cow dung, and they, and you know, it's something that I've highlighted, and I've managed to convince a fair few Indians to rectify their ways. And
Yeah.
but yeah, it's really is really hard. But I'm
Carry on, sorry. I was going to say something, but I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I mean, I'm reading the comments. This guy probably seems to be a bit angry right now.
Yes, he is. But
Really.
I was going to say that I did make myself very popular when I asked the question of Americans, would they prefer a Muslim takeover of America or a Hindu takeover of America? And I'm saying there is a correct answer if they had no choice. And recently, in the last few days anyway, I noticed that Owen Benjamin is having a go at the Hindus, the Indians.
Oh yes, and he was not wrong. As humorous as his takes were, of course they were humorous. Was he wrong? Was he wrong? No, he was not. And he had a very funny, centuries upon centuries, the average Hindu had to be civilized. And we were talking the various Muslim empires that came in, built magnificent buildings, introduced new political setups, economic reforms. In fact, I think his name was Babur. Now, Babur was a Turkic Mongol who led the war and took over northern India, and his description of India remains accurate. I'm going to Google it right now because this is what he said when he went to India. So just if you give me a few moments.
I mean, I was basically saying, look, if you're going to be taken over, you have to envisage how things are going to be like when they take over by the characters of the people. And even if you hate Muslims, and you would have to acknowledge that Muslims have some rules. They come with some rules. They have a holy book, and they are, in theory, capable of being shamed by you pointing out to them that they are being un-Islamic. But as for Hindus, well, they have no principles, do they?
They have no. I mean, this is supposedly a religion of thousands and thousands and thousands of years, dates pre-Abrahamic, and they have no rules. And when, again, this was the most common quoted passage when Babur, an emperor who loved the monsoon breeze, was not, when he first entered India, he described the Indians as a place of little charm, no beauty in its people, no graceful social intercourse, no poetic talent or understanding, no etiquette, no nobility or manliness. The arts and crafts have no harmony or symmetry. And he goes on to, I'm just going to go a bit down because it's this. Oh, I hate these little adverts that come up. You see when he, oh sorry, it's just bear with me. He always thought of himself as a Turk because he came from West Asia, but no, yes. So yes, it's the arts and crafts have no harm, no symmetry. There are no good horses, meats and grapes, melons or other fruit. There is no ice, cold water, good food or bread in the markets. There are no baths and no schools. There are no candles, torches, or even candlesticks. Now, when the Muslim Empire came over, they actually had to civilize and create things and build things for them, which is astonishing, In fact, Muslims built India. Now, when the British came over, and this is something that Benjamin has touched upon quite well, was that when the British came, they established a new world, a new sort of a new world for them, like train stations, new political procedures, economics reforms. They tried to reform the Hindu faith itself, and they banned widow burning because they used to burn widows.
Oh yes, sati.
Sati, and they were very. The Brits were very. They tried to, I guess, with kid gloves. The Brits ruled India with kid gloves. So they did try to reform the place. But all it took was and unfortunately, Gandhi is a paedophile who wanted to throw water at it. And Benjamin was highlighting that, and he was highlighting how ungrateful they were, And that's what it has become now. When you've got a society like that, that's wrong. And then you've got, and you've got a white man a white society in America that really wants to embrace this sort of cow flinging, dung worshipping Indian, then would you want them to have a Hindu president, or would you? Like,
we already have a Hindu prime minister.
We have a Hindu prime minister who's been really awful, who's been so awful. He couldn't, this was a man who, as part of his, when he became prime minister, had to hold cow feces.
Why?
I don't understand. It's really sad. And I've been upset. Like, I would much rather a Christian president, and much rather a Christian prime minister. That was, at least for all its faults that Christianity has, at least it's got somewhere down the line in its heart, the strict belief of a monotheistic God, that it has some concept of morality. But the white man rejected God. It's rejected God's words. It's, like I said, the average American, 2 gay dads, a transvestite mother. The son's now looks like a walking seal. What I couldn't. What do you say to that? And what do you say to that? And they just like to eat and eat and eat and eat and eat.
Oh no!
I really don't want to be cruel on Americans or the white Americans, but it's a very rare sight to see a thin white American nowadays. It's a very rare sight. It's almost like you need to get a textbook out and look back in time, So, this is what happens
The
when you...
7 deadly sins. They just want to kill themselves. All 7, all at the same time.
Yes. And anyone that says, hang on, this is bad, don't do the 7 deadly sins, especially don't commit gluttony. You are branded as a Nazi, a dictator, somehow a white supremacist for saving people from...
Even though you're not white.
I'm not even white. I'm not even white. I have to say this, and it's not like saying I really don't understand. You can understand why they lost against Vietnam. You can understand why they lost in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Well, I can sort of see, soldiers saying, why the hell are we here? What are we doing here? Who are we fighting for? And this is a problem of imperial wars. You can't really explain it properly to the people, to the men whom you expect to die for it. You can't even say, well, we're here because we want to, screw up the Russians, or, whatever it is. And that's why it's a different logistic altogether.
Yeah.
Because eventually the people, the soldiers you send to some far off place will be saying, well, why are we here? Well, if you're being attacked by an invading army, at least the men don't need to question why they're fighting.
Oh, I agree. I remember going on Twitter Spaces during the highlights of the Ukraine-Russian war, and you had these Americans talk about glorifying war, and this is the difference between the Americans and the Russians, is that the Americans boast about their war. They boast about being in the Navy and the Army and doing XYZ violence, etc. The Russians on those spaces, they didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to mention it at all. They were very polite and courteous. They didn't want to talk about their fights or their little wars. They weren't rampaging on. They were just saying, this is a terrible thing, but we needed to protect it. They were much more courteous and had humility. They were gentle, And you look at, your leaders are a reflection of your country. I always say this. And Russia has President Putin. America will either have a brown man in the name of Vivek who worships idols, or Biden, who doesn't know where he put his pen, and I'm not going to insult. Alzheimer's is a very serious disease. We should not insult, but who do we have on America that is strong? None of them. None of them. I mean, just none of them.
Didn't Vivek say something about leaving NATO? But he probably didn't mean it. But
He
he did
probably
say something
mean
like
it
that.
because they probably didn't mean it. I mean, why would they? It was America that established NATO. Why would you leave something that you would leave, that you invented?
Well, we must cut through this wall of lies, this fortress of lies with the hot knife that is truth and logic.
We should, we should, and I believe that's what Twitter did. It allowed us to speak the truth to lies, truth to the wall. That's what it did. You know, certainly did, and I'm not. It's. I hope that more people are awakened by it, and I'm so glad to have met you because I'm so glad that we've got the same sort of similar thoughts and ideas, and I've got a very special group that we all have created. A Syrian. It's someone who's an Assyrian Christian. There's a Nigerian Christian, a Nigerian Muslim. There's it's a Christian Muslim alliance, of course, because
Mm-hmm.
how it was brought about, but we certainly go out and we promote social, conservative, cultural, religious values on the platform. And we found, again, social conservative voices where people can say what they want and how. And again, it's not an echo chamber. We welcome all the thoughts and opinions. Those that disagree with us, are most welcome. We are prepared to engage in such debates.
Great. Well, I'm just so overwhelmed by you saying you agree with me, and I'm in a state of shock
No,
because
I do.
people just tend not to agree. So I'm really
Every
grateful, and you're a very special woman because women especially do not agree. Oh, she's
I was so scared to come onto this, doing this podcast and speak, only because it's out there in the universe, and
yeah.
I have a job, and we all have jobs, and I
Mhm,
got, I got my PhD and etc. And
mhm,
one of the things is that you do live in an age of cancel culture. People like to talk about how Russia, China, Iran, North Korea have censorship, but cancel
mhm.
culture is censorship. And we've seen that with the Canadian truck drivers. We've seen that with anyone that goes against the establishment, the liberal values, that they are automatically cancelled. And so, yeah, that was my biggest fear of being cancelled. Because when you're cancelled, you have no access to means of funds to have food on the table or a roof over your head. So cancel culture is very much used. It's very much weaponized against you, and people self-censor as a result. So
Mhm.
I felt really comfortable, and I'm so glad that you hosted this. I'm so glad that you've expressed your views. I'm so glad that we were able to engage in a very fruitful civil discourse, and it's been a pleasure getting to know you, Claire.
Thank you, Daria, and I hope we can talk again here on YouTube or other places. I'm so grateful to you.
Oh, thank you, and I'm so grateful, and I'm more than happy to, again, to recommend more speakers to your platform,
Oh,
and they,
please do.
I mean, I've got a good friend, Dr. Genevieve, who's Irish. She's
Mhm,
Irish, and her family, she was born Muslim. Her family had reverted many generations ago, and
mhm.
um, she too has again, she has very conservative views, and she's willing to express them. She's willing to stand her ground, and she's good at that. There is, quite a few others who 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 would love to come on the podcast, but I guess I'm one of the first, and I can give them assurances because cancel. We do live in a cancel culture age, but as long as
Mhm.
it's out there and the truth is out there, we can certainly, um, you know, knock down those lies. So
Yes.
I am so glad I've met you, Claire. So, so glad. I appreciate you, appreciate the work that you've done. And I'm, I definitely will recommend this YouTube once it's posted. So please do let me know. And yeah, very
Yeah,
great.
I'll do the timestamps, and then that it makes it a more searchable and easier to understand conversation. So I'll get on to it nowish, and let you know. And thank you again, Dr. Dariya,
Oh,
for
thank you
coming
again,
and
Claire.
agreeing with me.
No, it's probably the first time you hit, but I'm so glad that we had this. I'm so glad that people who think like us, and that's what we need. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if there's a next time for this, I'm more than happy to join. Please let me know when and where we can arrange a time and date and go forth. So thank you.
Great. Yes, how perfect. All right then. Thank you again, and we must advance to slice through the rancid butter of their nonsense with our hot knife of truth, logic, and morality.
100% agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.